Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We've got 4 great programs scheduled for you tonight. We're going to kick off with the Neil Haley Show out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then after that, I'll be back with the George Espenlaub Show live from the Funny Farm in a place called Our World. Unshackled will follow that, and we'll close down the evening with Endtime Ministries. Sit back, prop your feet up, and enjoy the evening. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to listen to the programs tonight.
And your lover's reaching you the hand. Don't be late, my dear, life won't wait, my dear, don't be late.
CyberstationUSA.com.
Terrestrial radio is basically going to be supplanted by what's happening in technology. Think about this. Your internet receiver gives you the entire world. It's remarkable.
This is Cyberstation USA.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Total Celebrity Show. You can check me out on Twitter at TotalTutor, NeilHaley.com, and Total Radio Net, and I'm excited to welcome the program. We all know him from The Biggest Loser. Bob Harper. Bob, thanks for calling, man, and how are you?
I'm good, Neil. How's it going?
Fantastic. Now you're another role for you, Bob. We all know, based on your background, the success you had with The Biggest Loser. You took off in a lot of variety of ways, writing books, doing all these different things entrepreneurial-wise. Am I correct, Bob?
That's correct. I've been really fortunate.
Yeah, and so now we're talking about the new Celebrity Apprentice tonight at 8 p.m., and you are an advisor, Bob. Is this new to you in a way of being in a boardroom and advising people in those ways, or is it almost kind of like what you were doing, advising people with their weight and health and things?
Yeah, I think that being in the boardroom was kind of like being in the gym. It was just I was in a suit as opposed to wearing workout clothes. But I have to say that it was really exciting to do. It was a lot of fun working with Arnold Schwarzenegger and also getting to meet Boy George. That was really super cool to me.
Absolutely. That's got to be cool. And just kind of looking at all the different celebrities that are on the Celebrity Apprentice, maybe some of them you've met before in passing, but never Boy George then, right, Bob?
Yeah, no, never got to meet Boy George, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, he was definitely I was a big fan of his in the 80s and still am.
So, Bob, your role as an advisor, are you following the two teams or one of the teams in what's going on in their latest project? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, the challenge that you'll see on the show is a fitness-related challenge where they're getting people on the boardwalk out in California super excited about these snack options, and they create this whole buzz out there, both teams, and what they're trying to do is get a lot of people in there and make it exciting and sell a lot of products. So they wanted me to come in and kind of collaborate with them and give them a couple of different ideas. But they did a really good job.
Absolutely, and you see how important it is for each one of the contestants because of celebrity contestants, because it's their charity, right, Bob? It's something that they really see important to raise money for that charity, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what's so cool about this show. I mean, since Apprentice has been on, they've made like $15 million for different charities, and these celebrities they come in and they work super hard, and what they're really trying to do is get some attention on their charity and get some money for their charity. So I think what they're doing is super cool.
When you're advising Arnold, especially seeing the task that's at hand during this task, how many of the celebrities are willing to listen to some of your advice before they get to the boardroom? Are we going to be surprised by that? And because we see sometimes that you say one thing and they do something else.
Yeah, I think that of course when you're working with Type A people, they have their own agenda and they have their own ideas. I think that there definitely were people that were receptive to listening, but you kind of just like listen to what they want to do and just hope to kind of clean it up a little bit for them.
It sounds like exactly what you do as a personal trainer, Bob, and as a host, right? You're kind of advising.
Totally.
Good.
You give them some information, and you give them a lot of information, and you hope that they take one or two bites of it.
Absolutely. Who do you see who's remaining, Bob? Could you give us any thoughts of anyone you think that's really strong, in your opinion, from the contestants who are left in the Celebrity Apprentice?
Well, without giving anything away, I mean, there's definitely some big fans of mine seem to be like the people to really watch.
So you don't have a favorite, or you can't do that, Bob? Be an advisor, you can't be there's no.
Well,
yeah.
It's hard to pick a favorite when you got to be objective. But I got to say, I love that boy George, man. Let me tell you.
So what do you think of him? Especially, I'm sure you've watched the other shows because you're a fan, right, Bob? Because then going into filming, you've watched the Apprentice before and different things like that, I'm sure, especially it being on NBC. And then coming into this situation, you probably watched some of the other shows develop. What do you like about Boy George as an entrepreneur, especially in this process?
Well, I think that Boy George came in and he was like really super serious about helping with his charity, and like he didn't phone it in. You know what I mean? He didn't just kind of like get on the show and just kind of do it 50%. I mean, I like people that go into any kind of project they're doing and give 100%. And that's what I saw with him. I saw the same thing with like Carson Presley. I mean, I think that he's a great guy. So they did a really good job.
Interesting. And what you're saying is, this from being part of this business, that, you have a charity and sometimes they just have other people doing everything and they're really not paying attention to what's happening in their foundation or charity. Right, Bob? Like having really wanting to raise money.
Yeah, I think that they come on to Celebrity Apprentice and they really want to help their charity. And I think that is something to be respected.
What is your overall opinion of Arnold Schwarzenegger as the boss in a way? What kind of delegation do you see with him and how he handles things and stuff in the boardroom?
Well, I think he's awesome. I think that the guy comes in and he's very disciplined. I was talking about this not too long ago, and I was saying that Arnold Schwarzenegger is like the classic American dream. He came in as this fitness Mr. Olympia guy, and I mean, he has made such a career out of himself, and I just have nothing but respect for that man.
Well, you being in fitness, you had to have been a fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger in some sort of way because of how he took the bodybuilding brand and became a celebrity actor and then governor. You just got to say, wow, he took his platform, his opportunities, and he went for it, which helps everyone in fitness.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like to see what he has done with his career. I mean, man, he is really taken it to a whole other level.
Well, I can't wait to see what you're doing, Bob, for sure. Everyone needs to check out The Celebrity Apprentice tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. Anything going on with you? Any news to report with Bob Harper and different things you're doing right now?
Yeah, I'm working on a new book right now that I'm really excited about. I'm doing a lot of work co-hosting with Rachel Ray. That's been a lot of fun for me. I'm just like I'm staying busy out here.
Hey, and it's good, and it's a different way, and still keeping up with staying in shape, right, Bob, and trying to motivate others every time you rub elbows with somebody, especially with that host opportunity you had with The Biggest Loser. You've taken that now and say, okay, I have this, but I'll always will be telling people, eat healthy, right? That's your ultimate mission, Bob, right? Is for people to get in shape and
Absolutely.
and end some of these diseases and stuff, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that is what I do for a living. I'm getting ready to go work out when I get off the phone right now.
All right. Well, best place we can find information on you, Bob, and learn more about you. Where can we go? What's the best place?
You can find me right now at my Instagram, Trainer Bob. That's where you can find all of what I'm doing right now.
All right. Well, fabulous, Bob. Best of luck. Thanks for coming on the show, and I can't wait to tune in tonight and see you as an advisor. Take care, Bob.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. You're listening to the Total Celebrity Show, and we'll be back in just a moment. We're back to the Neil Haley Show on the Total Celebrity segment. I'm excited to welcome to the program Fran Drescher and Adam Pally of NBC's Indebted. Guys, thanks for calling, and I appreciate you coming by.
Oh, our pleasure. Thanks for supporting us in this way.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Awesome. Let's go, Fran. Now, when you got the script, what did you think of this? Because I was kind of watching different things, and of this character and going back to comedy in this way. What are your thoughts of this once you got the script and saw what your character did?
I think that I'm a Boo Jew. That's a Buddhist Jew. And, sometimes it's good to just let the river carry you. And I was about to go out and start pitching ideas for a show that I created that I thought was good for me, but which is normally the way I do it. But this kind of just came to me, fell in my lap. It was described, my character, as a Fran Drescher type. The network was high on it. They were high on him. I like the idea of doing a kind of baby boomer meets millennial show. The studio is the studio I work with on The Nanny and Hotel Transylvania, and is the nearest to my house. My parents were thrilled because they could never find Happily Divorced on cable, and everybody can find the Peacock Network. So, once I met Adam and Dan Levy, I knew that, if they wanted me to join the cast, I could fit in with these people and feel very, familial with them. And that's important to me. And
Yes.
I just decided to dive in and say, okay, I'll join this party.
It's interesting.
I'm
Adam.
a Jew. Just a Jew.
So, Adam, when you got
So
the
you do swim upstream.
So I'm a saint. Yes, I'm a religious saint.
and I'm sure you're pumped up with the cast you got to work with, right, Adam? This is such an all-star cast and such a great project for you.
Oh yeah, Murderer's Row of comedic talent. I mean, just up top with Fran, and then Steven Weber, who is just one of the funniest actors I've ever worked with. And it's such a joy to be around. And Abby Elliott is so funny. And Jesse Hodges is amazing. So I feel really lucky that I feel like, again, I just lucked into a situation where there's no weak link, and that not a lot of actors get that in their career, and I've had it a couple times.
Hey, Adam, you got to say you got a great agent and you're a great talent. So there you go. Right?
I wish I did. I wish I had a better one.
Now, Fran, tell us about your character.
He's under a lucky star.
Yeah. Fran, tell us about your character now and the premise of the show.
Well, it's kind of, I am half of a baby boomer couple who goes broke. They're really clueless about how to spend their money. They're very generous, loving people, but, just off the scale, out of control, and lose everything through a series of circumstances and come to their grown son's home and say, we're here, we're broke, get used to it. And suddenly the dynamic shifts, and now it's about, well, how are we going to do this from week to week? And, blend these two energies, because in many ways, he's more parental than the parents.
And one of the things that I love the most about Fran's character and Steven's character is that in their financial irresponsibility, the things, the actual tangible things are not as important to them as the love and the time shared with their family. And I can relate to that, I think, as well as a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. And you see when your family comes over and you're like, okay, I got to change everything. And Fran, that's the kind of thing where you guys move in, then your kids have to kind of change, right? In so many ways, because you have a specific way of how you handle things, right, Fran, that leads to lots of comedy, especially if you knew your parents would move into your house.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm not a shrinking violet in this show. I mean, I enter a room and I kind of take it over, and it's my children's, problem to kind of adjust around this energy and these forces of life that they have. It's been many years since my son has lived with his parents, and now for the parents to come live with him, it's a real intrusion. But at the end of the day, I think that what solidifies the whole thing is that there is a genuine love amongst the family, and so everybody puts up with each other.
And also a comedy, Adam, that could happen, right? And it could happen that the parent...
Yeah.
CyberstationUSA.com.
Terrestrial radio is basically going to be supplanted by what's happening in technology. Think about this. Your internet receiver gives you the entire world. It's remarkable.
This is Cyberstation USA.
Happen that the parent...
Yeah, I think
so
it
especially...
could very well happen. And if it...
Yeah.
Yeah, if it happened to me, you never hear from me again.
I'd be happy if it happened to me.
Well, if they somehow could, if they could be a great built-in babysitter, that's what grandparents are, a great built-in babysitter and great opportunity.
They don't trust us, though.
Sometimes.
Oh, geez. That's not good. Well, and there you go. But again, anything that has you two on it, I know it's going to be a success for sure, and everyone needs to tune in. February 6th at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. On NBC, and it's great chatting with you, Fran. And again, anyone in the world knows who you are because of The Nanny and so many of the other great projects you've done. And Adam, continued success. So I appreciate you both calling.
Thank you, sir. Very
All right, take care, guys. See you later. See ya. All right, bye-bye.
You.
You're listening to Neil Haley's show, and we'll be back in just a moment. So inspired, you got to reach out to them on their website. But Dr. Hall, that's how we operate here on the Dr. Christopher Hall Show and also the Neil Haley Network.
Well, definitely. I'm doing great today. I'm very excited about our guest today.
Yeah, I am too. I'm a big fan of his, and anytime we talk Steelers, and it's a perfect week to just talk about a big win. So we're both smiling for sure at Dr. Hall. So go ahead and introduce our guest.
Well, awesome. We know it's my pleasure and great honor to introduce our distinguished guest, a glowing light of inspiration for young people around the world, a champion on the football field and in the classroom. Recently retired Pittsburgh Steelers and now noted author, Mr. Arthur Most. Arthur, welcome to the show.
Man, I appreciate you, man. And that was an awesome introduction, by the way. You have me feeling very distinguished over here, man.
Hey, you are distinguished, Arthur. You're not giving yourself credit for the thing. So I'm just going to take you back in certain ways of your going back to your childhood, Arthur, and kind of talk about what kind of family did you grow up in, and did you always have that aspiration to play football?
Yeah, so for me, I grew up in Norfolk, Virginia, right down by Virginia Beach. And growing up, man, it was definitely humble beginnings, but both my parents were pastors, and my father was he had recently retired out of the Marines after doing 13 years of service. So it was a ton of discipline. It was a ton of just always being positive mindset, positive reinforcements, and that type of mentality and attention to detail. And early on, I knew I wanted to play football. I knew I wanted to make it to the NFL. And where a lot of people were reading the statistics and telling me how hard or daunting of a test that was, they were always the two believing in me, saying that I could do it if I put my mind to it. I could do it if I did the little things right and stuff like that, man. So that was my upbringing, and that really helped set the stage for me to make it to the NFL and have the career that I did have.
And see, that's why I already handpicked. I said, Arthur's a perfect guest for you, Dr. Hall, because it goes back to, again, things that we talk about in overcoming odds, but also having that mindset, are, surrounding yourself with the right people, Dr. Hall.
Definitely. And, being a veteran myself, I certainly appreciate your father's service there.
Oh, man, I appreciate your service as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, Arthur, you certainly have overcome a lot of adversity. Kind of again when you were a young person. Tell us what it was like going to school in the inner city school and growing up where you did.
Yeah, man. When you're growing up in the inner city of Norfolk and stuff like that, you definitely see some very rough sights, whether it's people who are abusing opioids and things like that, different shootings and violence and stuff like that. Obviously, in the school systems, there isn't a lot of money allocated to the schools. So from a resources standpoint, your textbooks are typically older or they're damaged. A lot of them, I remember always having duct tape and thinking that that's normal for the book until you get to college and you're like, oh, this is what a new book looks like.
Yeah.
But,
wow. Yes.
Yeah, but the biggest thing for me was just understanding that regardless of the cards I was dealt, regardless of my circumstances, don't let that dictate what I want to be. Don't let that dictate what my future can be. I always felt that if I put my mind to something, if I put the effort into it, that I can achieve it. And that's how I treated my schoolwork. That's how I treated when I made it to the NFL. And then ultimately when I got my master's degree and then when I went on to write a book. Those are my biggest things, though. It's like when I set my mind to do something, regardless of the circumstance, regardless of my current situation, I can't let that deter me from my ultimate goal.
So you set goals for yourself, which is such an important part of it, Arthur. And you talked about your family background. So even though you grew up in a not well-to-do home, you grew up in a very good family atmosphere. You went through the difficulties and challenges of an inner city school, as Dr. Hall brought up. When you deal with all that stuff and set goals for yourself, but the people around you don't set those goals, how do you kind of stay grounded to make sure you do follow through on those things? And that's where your whole process of the book now is the motivational. We'll get to that later in this interview. But really, it's all about the whole focus of motivation and how you self-motivated yourself through those challenges.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's can be very difficult to find motivation from outside sources when people around you doubt it or people around you doubt you or they don't believe in what you're trying to accomplish. But for me, the thing that I realized was I can't look for motivation elsewhere because there's so many examples of people that don't do it the right way. So many examples of people that want to have the quick route to success, the easy route. But for me, I learned that if I just take it one step at a time, one day at a time, and I continue to be my biggest cheerleader, that I can achieve anything. I can overcome any obstacle. And by no means am I saying that I've achieved everything that I wanted to achieve, and by no means have I never failed. In fact, I failed a ton of times, but for me, I don't let the fear of failure paralyze me. I looked at it as, let me take that fear and use it as a motivational tool. Let me use that instead of it being a blockage in front of me. Let me use it as a pushing force behind me to help me overcome some of these obstacles.
And Dr. Hall, that's very interesting what Arthur was bringing up about, again, going through adversity and pushing through those things, that it makes you stronger. And we hear stories, Dr. Hall, of successful people like yourself that you were going through a lot of adversity, but you set yourself towards that when you talked about your book and going through and helping young people, is that you overcame those adversities. Right, Dr. Hall?
You're exactly right, Neil. And, Arthur makes a great point that, it's really not necessarily the adversity, what happens to you, but how you react to it. But, Arthur, I know certainly your parents were probably, role models for you growing up, but did you have any other role models, historical figures, or maybe even people you saw on television when you were growing up?
Yeah, man, for me growing up, I had a couple of people that I really looked up to. Number one was Martin Luther King, understanding how he could set his eyes on something that he viewed as negative or something wrong and motivate so many people to follow him to change that. And then not only him, but then Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson was big for me because coming from my hometown, he was the guy that I could look to and say, man, we look just alike. He has braids, I have braids. He's from this area, I'm from this area, but he's had to overcome some things, I'm overcoming things. But now, this is when he's with the 76ers, I'm like, here he is having success playing for NBA championship right now. And sometimes it takes you seeing people that have had rough journeys but could be successful for you to say, okay, there is a model of this. Because I feel like for a lot of people, they don't see an example of it, sometimes it's hard for them to just be the innovator and say that, okay, I'm going to be the first to do this. I feel like once you get that blueprint, though, like for me, seeing Allen Iverson's blueprint, seeing Dr. Martin Luther King and his blueprint, for me, that led to me being able to formulate my own journey, my own path based off of those two guys.
That's amazing that you talk about that, because you saw somebody who grew up in your neighborhood and was successful, and you said, well, I want to go ahead and if he can do it, I can do it. Arthur,
Absolutely.
Did you ever get a chance to meet Allen Iverson?
No, I actually never did, not directly at least. Obviously through social media is one thing, but to have that direct person-to-person contact, I have not.
Even after your career in sports, never been an event or anything with near him. That's wild to think that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it was funny though, the other guy, Allen Iverson was the biggest one, but Michael Vick was another guy, and I actually did have a chance to be his teammate here in Pittsburgh, so that was a surreal moment for me during that phase as well, because he's another guy from my hometown, had success, had to overcome obstacles, and still be able to defeat the odds.
Right, and that's the too bad thing that we don't look at in society, Arthur, and I'm bringing this up because, again, this is all about motivation and overcoming. Is Michael Vick did some wrong things. He made the wrong decisions,
Absolutely.
But he overcame those obstacles and changed his life and has done some great things, and still people want to down him. And that's too bad, because people kind of, at times in our lives, we're going to do things that really we aren't proud of. But
Absolutely.
we're broken, but we can fix ourselves to make a difference. And Michael Vick's done that. Isn't that correct? That doesn't show up in the media sometimes of what he did.
Yeah, you're absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In terms of, just hitting on what he did post being released from prison and stuff like that, the activism that he's done in terms of animal awareness, dog awareness, and stuff like that, and then just the amount of money that he's allocated to those type of foundations and organizations. I mean, it's been nothing short of awesome, but that's the nature of the world we live in, the culture that we live in. It takes, years to become a successful person, years to build your reputation. You have a lapse in judgment. And even after you have served your time or you've, experienced your punishment from it, it still lingers. And that's just the unfortunate element of it. But the thing that I liked so much about him post that incident is that he was open about it. He hasn't been trying to hide about it. And I feel like a lot of times as guys in particular, we like to not be so open when it comes to our shortcomings, our failures, when it comes to things that we aren't very proud of. We like to be very secretive about it. But for him, man, he puts it on his sleeve and he wears it. And ultimately, I think that he's grown to become a better person for that.
Absolutely. And that's where, again, Pittsburgh did open up the doors for him, and there were protesters, but there were people that had said, hey, we'll give you a second chance. And that's what Pittsburgh is a place that gives people a second chance for sure, compared to others.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's what's so great about it. They all, because of this mentality of Pittsburgh, and for sure. So Dr. Hall, again, we're learning about Arthur and the two big role models that he saw that were athletes that went on to become professionals. So Dr. Hall, what's your next question for Arthur?
Well, I guess we want to talk a little bit about the book.
That's great.
I like it.
Yeah, that's for sure. So tell us about that. Yeah.
Well, I think the thing is, you've written a very important book, The Moats Theory of Life, a guide to becoming a person of impact and inspiration. And we know it's not our biography, so you tell us about it.
Yeah, man. So the biggest thing when I was writing this book, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't an autobiography, because I feel like so many athletes, or even just people of status, when they retire or at certain points in their life, they feel the need to write an autobiography. And once you read it once, it's pretty much irrelevant after that. So for me, I wanted to create something that could be used multiple times. I was thinking more of a literature, like a textbook. You read it at one point in your life, it has an impact on you, it helps you. You read it at another point in your life, it can still help you. And it didn't matter which age you were. So that was why I wanted to make it important for the inspirational element and the impactful element. And when we talk about the theory of life for the moats, for me, so man, when we're talking about the chapters, the first one, M, stands for making happiness a priority, because a lot of people, they don't view themselves as their happiness as a priority. They want to please other people, and they never figure out what truly makes them happy, what their purpose truly is. So I always try to make sure that needs to be one of the
cyberstationusa.com.
Terrestrial radio is basically going to be supplanted by what's happening in technology. Think about this. Your internet receiver gives you the entire world. It's remarkable.
This is Cyberstation USA.
For openness yields strength. A lot of guys, in particular men, we like to avoid being open about our feelings, about our issues and our shortcomings. I think it's important to be transparent with the people that you hold close, because that will help you grow and that'll help the people around you grow. For actively seek to inspire. I think that it's important that we inspire others, because you never know who you could be inspiring and what they might be able to accomplish as well. And ultimately, it will lead to all of us being better people and having a better world. And then for T, turning fear into focus. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but people a lot of times will set a goal and then they will be scared to go for it because they don't want to fail. They don't want to look crazy. And I say, instead of using that fear and letting it block you, put it behind you and let it be a pushing force. Let it motivate you to take that leap, to do something that you thought you couldn't do. And then for S, I said smile. And I break it down as SMILE, spread my inner love everywhere. Because I feel like we all naturally are good people. We all naturally have a positive soul. And when we smile at somebody, just think about how contagious it is. Think about how you can have the worst day ever, but if somebody smiles at you, you just naturally smile back. You naturally feel better about yourself. So that's why I thought it was important to have that in there. And ultimately, man, I feel like when you read the book and you really deep dive into these chapters and see the examples I give, people are going to have a better understanding and ultimately be better people for it.
Arthur, and I wanted to kind of jump back and specifically when you look at each one of those areas and levels to talk about, is there one thing in each one of them that you could say, because again, you mentioned all of it, they got to buy the book, but is there one component you look at for yourself that you say real simple things that our listeners can do right now involving those strategies?
Yeah, man. So, let's see, when we talked about, I guess you want me to go from chapter to chapter, or just one thing as a whole?
Just one thing as a whole, just to kind of.
Okay, yeah. So, so I'll say the easiest thing would be openness. Being open, having openness yields strength. So for me, it started this simple. And I talk about this a lot more in depth in the book. I talked about how just simple, when I would have a conversation with my wife, whether I was happy or sad or whatever it may be, and she's like, hey, how are you feeling today? Oh, I'm good. Or are you tired? No, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm good. Nothing's ever wrong with me. Even though it was times where I was miserable with situations at work, where I was upset with other family issues with my parents or my siblings and things like that, and how it would affect our relationship just because I didn't simply say, well, actually, babe, I'm a little upset about this. Or actually, babe, I'm a little tired because of this. And just a simple thing like that changed the trajectory of me and my wife's marriage.
Oh, wow. That's powerful. That's powerful, and they definitely got to look at picking up the book based on those things. And so, Arthur, what is your ultimate goal with this book?
Man, my ultimate goal is for this book to just impact lives. I want it to be something that when people read this, they say, man, this helped me. This changed my life for the better. Because ultimately, I feel like that's what I was put on this earth to do, was to have that positive impact on people. I tried to make sure I did that through my career with some of the philanthropic efforts that I did. And I want to make sure that continues through this book. This is something that can be timeless. It doesn't matter, like I said, how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're reading it today or if you read it again a year from now, you're always going to be able to find something in this book to help you be a better person. That's ultimately my goal for this book.
Wow, I can't believe when you talk about those areas, Dr. Hall, what are your thoughts? I mean, again, it's such an inspiring thing, and that people can kind of look at each one of the letters in his name and say, okay, this is what I got to work on. This is what I got to improve.
Exactly. I mean, and those are certainly very important points of wisdom that he's laid out there. And so this is great because we know that millions of young people in America are listening to this message. And Arthur, he's a person of high energy. He has lifted lots of spirits over the years. He's philanthropy. I mean, he's donated a large part of his income to charity and those things. And so we're very happy that he's published his book and that he's been a great example for our young people.
Man, I definitely appreciate those kind of words, too.
All right, so we're going to jump to something real quick, Arthur, because we have you on the show and we have the opportunity because of your busy schedule with the Fan and all the different projects you're doing to talk about your greatest moment as a Steeler. And then also, I guess, in the NFL, kind of going to, all the other teams versus the Steelers. What was your greatest moment playing for the Steelers?
Man, so my greatest moment playing for the Steelers would have to be in 2014 when we won the division on a Sunday night game versus Cincinnati Bengals. And the reason is that was my first time ever having, number one, a winning season, but number two, winning any type of division championships at the NFL level. That's why it was like so important to me that we were able to do that, and me being a key part of it in terms of making plays throughout the season to get us to that point. For me, that's a season, that's a moment that will always, be near and dear to my heart.
Wow, that's a great moment. What about NFL, other teams you played for? Greatest moment?
Yeah, and then my other greatest moment, man, would definitely have to go back to my rookie season, playing against the Minnesota Vikings, being able to have the big play, the big hit on Brett Favre. He had the starting streak for, I think it was 297 games. I hit him. He doesn't play the next week due to the hit and due to him getting hurt. And literally that Iron Man streak being broke after it lasted for, 20, like something crazy in terms of the amount of seasons, almost 20 seasons, I believe. And you think about the different amount of Hall of Famers that had hit him, the different Pro Bowls, All Pros that had hit him, had sacks against him, and he would still be able to come back the next week. And the fact that I was a part of a legendary moment like that, for me, man, I always hold that near and dear in my heart.
All right, Dr. Hall, next question for Arthur.
Well, yeah, Arthur, he's kind of outlined some attention. And again, he stated that he played 9 years. We know the average time is only about 3 years.
Yeah.
And so he's had some difficult times, particularly I think we had the teams there probably, and it's about the fourth season. And so that's a lot of pressure on a person. How are you able to handle that kind of pressure?
Yeah, man, for me, I think the biggest thing when it came to pressure, I looked at it as if they're asking me or the expectation is of me to do something that I don't feel I'm capable of doing, then I would view that as pressure. But for me, I always thought that I was capable of being a leader. I always thought I was capable of making plays for a team. I always thought that I was capable of being a key contributor on winning teams. And that was always my mindset when it came to these seasons, regardless of what was going on or what was being said. So that was how I always viewed the pressure and how I would handle it, so to speak.
That's a great answer. Now, life after football, Arthur. Now I talked about the Fan. I keep promoting, you being having a show now. How did it develop? Life after football. Did you have a plan?
I actually did, man. So when we talked about life after football, this had been in the works for probably the past 2 to 3 years. Going into my third year here in Pittsburgh after I signed my contract extension, I had a time where I was contemplating retiring then. And it wasn't, like I said, an ability thing. It was just I was starting to feel a little burnt out. I was starting to feel a little less enthused about the grind. And when I speak of the grind, I'm talking the workouts in the morning, the nutrition, the film study, and things like that. But I was like, as long as I still had that itch to play and I wanted to be great, then I was going to continue. But when I started having those feelings, I started seeing, okay, what do I want to do? So I went to the broadcast boot camp, and I was like, okay, I love this by the NFL, being able to work with guys like James Brown, talk with guys like Ross Tucker and guys who've been in the media industry and had success.
Right.
And from there, I was like, you know what? I think I really want to do this media thing. So before I signed with Arizona, I was a free agent, and I was contemplating retiring then, and I had an offer to do some color commentary stuff. But literally the day I get the offer for the color commentary job is the same day the Cardinals called me and offered me a contract. And I had the conversation to go with my wife, and I'm like, man, I really want to just hop into this media thing. And she's like, well, do you still want to play at all? And I'm like, I do a little bit. And for there, it was like, okay, let's go out there. But when I got hurt and I got put on injured reserve, it really was a blessing in disguise because it helped me with my transition. It helped me be able to start doing some media work in a freelance variety. And then after I signed an injury settlement and I came back to Pittsburgh, they welcomed me back with open arms. They had let me do a radio show with them on their Still Nation radio, and then started doing some of their social media work. And then from there, that carried over into this year, which is officially, I guess, my first year as a retired NFL player or a former player. And it just opened so many doors in terms of me being able to do radio shows with the fan, do radio shows, like I said, with the Steelers, be a part of their media team from a social media standpoint and some of their pregame work and things like that. And then also being able to do some studio analyst stuff. So this was a plan that, like I said, for the past 2 to 3 years was definitely in the works.
I see you as a national guy, Arthur. Is that going to happen? I know
I definitely appreciate that.
I really just think you have the right talent. You're very articulate in your conversations, and you understand the game. It's a process, right? It's almost like who you know in that industry as well, because no one wants to get off out of the broadcast booth, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. For me, that definitely is a plan of mine. That's a goal of mine. And I've set a timetable for myself, and I have to remind myself a lot of times that this is just my first year out. I haven't even been a full year, but I've been able to accomplish a lot thus far in terms of the opportunities I've been allotted through radio and television. So for me right now, I'm focused on just continuing to keep my feet to the ground, my head down, and just working each day and building up that resume, building up these reps. Because I said, just like football, I didn't wake up and be an NFL player. It took years for me to get to that level. And then once I got there, I had to work that much harder to stay there. So I treat the media business the exact same way. I make sure that I study myself. I study film of other broadcasters and radio personalities or TV personalities that I think do a really good job. And I try to take bits and pieces from each one, and the things that I think help me out, I use, and the things that I don't, I tend to not use. But that's ultimately how I have been progressing through this thing. And like I said, man, that being a goal in terms of making it to the national ranks, that definitely is something I'm working towards.
I believe he will. Dr. Hall, last question you have for Arthur.
Well, it's, he's answered, wow, almost every question I can think of. Words really cannot express, and time's really not enough to really explain just the greatness he's done. He talks about education. He leaves out a little bit how he earned his master's degree while he was still playing professional football. He made sure to go back and get that degree from James Madison. So I'm just very excited that he has basically taken God's path and inspired these young people here in America. So thank you, Arthur.
Man, I definitely appreciate you, man. It definitely means a lot to me.
Arthur's your book, and learn more about you. Arthur, where's the best
place
so
it's so moatstheory.com. Yeah, it's just moatstheory.com. That has all the information up there, and then obviously my personal website is arthurmoats55.com.
All right, fabulous. Thanks for coming on. You and I are definitely going to connect again for sure in Pittsburgh. And I'm glad you're back in Pittsburgh, but I just see you as a great talent, and you have a lot of ability in this industry. And I know you're going to go to the highest level because you want to work hard to learn it. So best of luck in your broadcasting career and your speaking career. And I appreciate you calling.
Man, I definitely appreciate you again.
All right, take care, guys. Thanks.
All right, take care.
Bye. You're listening to Dr. Christopher Hall Show, and take care, guys. I was in college going through grad school, and my wife and I, after the whole day of, hitting the books in grad school, working on our teaching, master's degrees, we would go and watch The Veg, and it was just unreal to see something like this on television, where you could be tempted out of your relationship in that kind of way, and how it just really transformed reality television, in my opinion, in that time.
It was really early in the reality.
CyberstationUSA.com.
Terrestrial radio is basically going to be supplanted by what's happening in technology. Think about this. Your internet receiver gives you the entire world. It's remarkable.
This is Cyberstation USA.
In the reality craze, we weren't sure it was going to be, reality was going to even stick around. Survivor come out, Big Brother come out, and then we came out in 2001. And, it was pretty revolutionary then, but I think it's even more relevant now than it was then.
It absolutely is, because you're tempted so much more by straying away from things because of the ability to have social media, to get text messages. There's just so many different ways of being tempted now. Put something out there
every
like the
time you
shows.
open your phone.
Every time you open your phone. You just never know when somebody's going to proposition you. You never know when you might make the wrong decision or wrong choice because people don't have boundaries anymore. And it's not just, okay, the person across the street or works with you anymore. It's a person that could be in another country. It could be anywhere. So people really see this as, wow, if they were right in front of me and I had the opportunity to cheat, would I? And that really brings out a question to lots of people when they watch the show.
Yeah, I think, the way into the show is, would I cheat or wouldn't I cheat? But what really comes out of the show as you watch it is, what do I really want in a relationship, and what was I missing in my relationship? So, I mean, especially in this season, I mean, there are certain people on the show who have been completely faithful. They haven't cheated at all, and yet they're still there on the island because something wasn't working in their relationship. So I think it's a misnomer, or people don't get that going to the island and just not cheating isn't really the goal.
No.
The goal is to fill in the blanks of what wasn't working that had you show up in the first place.
And that's that's the situation is a lot of times we think, Mark, we understand relationships when we're in our 20s. And when I was watching the show, I was in my 20s. Now I'm in my 40s. So, and I still don't understand relationships. So in a lot of ways, even though I'm married, happily married 20 years, I still don't understand relationships and how women think and interact and how they change throughout their lives. That it's really challenging for somebody at a certain age point to really say, is this the right person? Do I really want to be with this person?
That's really astute, what you just said, because I feel like, it's certainly if you go 20s, 30s, 40s, when you say I love you, every time you think you're in love, it gets redefined.
Yes.
Every time your heart gets broken a little bit, the word love has a deeper meaning. And so I think for a lot of people on the show, what they called being in love was one thing, and then through this process, it gets redefined at a deeper level, and you either realize, hey, that wasn't love at all, or that's not what I want love to be. And or I was underestimating how much I am in love. So that's kind of what this experience is.
And everyone could see this at one point in time. If it goes back to their days of courting in high school, using courting. I don't know what I'm saying that for. I'm not that old. But you know what I'm saying.
You can get Shakespearean on
yeah,
this.
Yeah, so, okay. Where you're in love with this person, you love this person completely, and you don't know any of their quirks. You don't know any of their things that really are going to drive you nuts. And at a time when your relationship's at this breaking point where people want to break up so quickly, like the whole ghosting thing that never you and I would ever think about doing is done all the time, that young people today in their 20s, they just think, okay, I'm going to end the relationship, but I am afraid to tell someone why I want to end it. That's the difference of Temptation Island today versus Temptation Island in the 90s. I mean, right there.
You might be right. You might be right about that. And I think to some degree that people show up on the show, which really is sort of counterintuitive, but sometimes I think people show up on the show because subconsciously then they know the show is going to force them to confront the thing they're afraid to say in their own living room.
And you find out with the attractive people that are on this show that they have been propositioned by so many people. If you are attractive in any way or successful in any way, you're propositioned all the time, more than the show in the 90s, where you might be propositioned at work, you might be propositioned at the club, but now it's 24/7. So there's lots of different things.
Yeah, and not only that, but
God, sorry.
It's Instagram and it's filtered. It's not even a real person. It's the best version of them. But I as it goes to those tempters or to the propositioning, you got to remember that those singles that they meet, they take on a couple different roles. Certainly they could be potential lovers and they could be temptation, but they also become platonic sounding boards from the opposite sex that are, often we get these relationships that are formed that are just pure friendships that are really informative as they try to figure out what they want and what they need.
And what is a great relationship? Is it a partnership? Is it something, or do we fall in love because of attraction? There's so many different ways of defining things today than in the 90s, where there wasn't so many places to choose and have opportunities in so many different ways.
Is, in my opinion, I don't think it is any different from the 90s or the 1890s or the 1790s or the 1690s. That search for that special someone you're going to spend the rest of your life with is eternal and has basically fostered all the poetry and music and movies we've ever seen. It is more difficult to, I think it's harder today to be sure you're with the one you want to be with, because you can peruse people from all over the world and talk to them with a click of your phone. So, it's not just there are 5 girls in my town, I found the one that I love who loves me, and that's who I'm going to be with. Now it's every person I've ever met and people I see on TV I can contact, so
it's scary.
The possibilities are endless. And so better becomes the evil of good, if you know what I mean.
Well, congratulations on the success of the show. And I always remember the first show, how it really taught people that, hey, if they truly love each other, they're not going to break up. And you see the love develop, and that's your goal in the show, is basically really to see, is this really the right relationship? We're going to give you this island. We're going to put you out here and look out and see what happens. And everyone, and Mark.
Yeah, I tell them.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I tell them every time, I know you think this is going to be a breeze. This is going to be real quickly. So fasten your seatbelt. Here we go.
All right. So tune in tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, every Thursday night to Temptation Island on USA Network. And Mark, thanks for calling. And you really brought me back to the 90s. It's interesting. And the people that are the 90s people need to tune into Temptation Island as well. Congratulations on your success.
There you go. Represent
and best of luck.
The 90s folks.
Exactly. All right.
Thanks, Neil.
Sound good, Mark. Take care. Thanks. Bye-bye. You're listening to Neil Haley's show, and we'll be back in just a moment. Today's interview with what I've seen, what you guys do, I'm so excited to learn more, because I had to trust the expert while shopping for diamonds. I didn't understand exactly what was the difference. I just had to educate myself. And there's, I guess, a lot more available of experts like yourself than there were 20 plus years ago, right?
That's right.
It's something that you
and the story of...
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. And the story of diamonds, I think when people start the journey for, which typically the first diamond investment piece is the engagement ring, is looking and exploring the 4 C's. But the story of diamonds and natural diamonds goes way beyond the 4 C's and hasn't really been told in new ways. So, a Diamond Producers Association, we're here to really provide more insight and inspiration to instill trust and confidence in your diamond journey purchase.
All right. So talk to me about natural diamonds. What does the process look like?
So most people don't know that a natural diamond is probably the oldest thing you will ever own or wear. Natural diamonds are billion-year-old miracles of nature, and they have enduring inherent value because of their rarity and uniqueness. Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think about the fact that the youngest natural diamond record is 100 million years old. And, people don't really have an appreciation of the genesis of natural diamonds, and it's really quite remarkable. And because of their natural formation, every single diamond is unique. So like each of us, every, natural diamond that you choose for yourself or for your loved one is unique.
See, I, again, wouldn't have known that specifically enough when they talk about this, but are natural diamonds rare?
Yeah, there's, some misconceptions around the rarity of natural diamonds, but indeed they're incredibly rare. Kimberlites, if you will allow me to just get a bit sciencey for a moment. Perfect. Kimberlites, the ancient underground volcanic pipes that hold most of today's diamonds, are incredibly hard to find. And in fact, most of the diamonds recovered today come from kimberlites that were discovered decades ago. And diamonds are becoming rarer every day because no new discoveries have been made in about, I would say, 20 to 30 years. And we just did a study recently, and we were able to actually measure that the total amount of 1 carat diamonds recovered annually and globally would fit just inside 1 exercise bowl. So that helps put things in perspective.
Oh, it definitely does. And you kind of can see those differences. So I'm increasingly reading more about industrial diamonds made at high temperatures in factories. What are the differences between manufactured diamonds and natural diamonds? And why should consumers care?
Yeah, excellent question, because there seems to be a lot of confusion out there. But industrial man-made diamonds, otherwise known as lab-grown diamonds, while they claim to be chemically the same as natural diamonds, there are big differences. And I guess the first is the origin. They are made in factories, and they're trying to replicate a billion-year process over a period of 2 or so weeks. And that, as you can imagine, requires a tremendous amount of heat actually hotter than the surface of the sun. And imagine the water required to cool that. So, these lab-grown diamonds, they position themselves as an eco-friendly alternative, but it's still unclear, if indeed that's the case, because data shows otherwise, and the Federal Trade Commission is also calling out lab-grown diamonds to substantiate these claims. But I think what's really important during the season, when the peak season of diamond shopping, is to understand that, that lab-grown diamonds and natural diamonds are different, and they can be detected with the right instrument, but their value proposition is very different.
Yes.
Lab-grown diamonds are about, I think, 40% less than natural diamonds, but that rate continues to decline. I mean, it's a tech product, right? And with, economies of scale, the value, the price will continue to drop. So, is there a place?
You are absolutely listening to the George Espenlaub Show, coming to you live from the Funny Farm. Now, with no further ado, here comes Georgie!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Oh, my goodness gracious, Aunt Sally. Thank you, Charlie, for that fine introduction. Just like you always do, you are on top of everything. Hey, listen, come on, Espenlaub. You are listening to the George Espenlaub Show, coming to you live from the Funny Farm in a place called our world. In this world in which we live, it's a whole lot safer than it is in your world. We live here in our world, and this is a place where reality and fantasy are intertwined, and we don't know the difference. And we laugh about that. If you could ever figure out the difference between the fantasy and the reality, would you please let us know? And when you do, don't be surprised when we pay no attention to you. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends, Romans, and countrymen, thank you for taking the time to be with us tonight. This is February 5th, 2020. My goodness, February 5th. Whew. If my father was still alive, he would have been 101 years old yesterday. That's a long time. My, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. And I miss him dearly. But nonetheless, moving right along tonight, we have a very interesting show. And when I did the description for the shows tonight, as Espenlaub does, and sometimes he doesn't, this was one time that he didn't. When I was writing the descriptions, I didn't put down one of the main things that pertain to this show tonight. Tonight we are going to be having the audio portion of our live stream with Mr. Ivor Davis. Mr. Ivor Davis was a investigative reporter. In fact, he came from England and he reported on almost every major event during the early 60s and onward. He covered the James Madison, when James Madison was led by marshals and the National Guard onto the campus. He covered Patty Hearst. He covered the Bobby Kennedy murder. He was there the night, he was with Bobby Kennedy the night that he was shot and killed at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, California. He was on the ground 45 minutes after the bodies were discovered at Roman Polanski's house and the Sharon Tate murders. He covered the entire episode. He covered the trial. He wrote books, and he recently wrote a book that is climbing in the charts, The Manson Murders. And he goes into depth, and he tells about his experience with that. He traveled with the Beatles. He was already here when the Beatles came to this country. He was called, and he will mention it in the interview, he was called by his people in England and said, the boys are coming to America. And he asked who were the boys. And of course it was the Beatles. He traveled with them on their American tour from place to place, wrote about what he saw, what he heard, and he was the Beatles' own personal reporter. I failed to mention all of this in the description, and I feel bad about it. I'm going to have to do something else about that, but Espenlaub being Espenlaub, he does those things or doesn't do those things sometimes. In this case, he didn't do those things. Wow. While I'm lip dripping here, let me say this, and we're going to move on. In the next several days, we are going to be making some very important announcements pertaining to the George Espenlaub Show and pertaining to the live stream shows that we do. Some very interesting, exciting developments have occurred. We have been working diligently behind the scenes, trying to put things in their proper place and trying to build a bigger, better entertainment show for you, for our watchers, for the people that watch our live shows, and for the people that listen to our radio shows. We have, I think, finally reached the place where we have created a balance with the two, integrating the two, putting certain things in certain places. In the next several days, we will be making some very important announcements. New things will be added. New people will be added. And we are looking forward to that. A lot of work, but we are striving to reach out and to make this a better production than ever before. And we need your help. Thank you for your loyalty. Many people have listened to us for years. Many people have followed us for years. Thank you for your loyalty. Thank you for being there with us. Thank you for those words of encouragement when sometimes we felt like we was faltering. We thank you. We appreciate it. And I hope that you will continue to stand with us as we move forward in making this even a bigger and better production. I also, I also want to say that along with all the developing things that are taking place, we are going to be bringing some new people into both of the realms, both radio and onto our live streams. I think you'll be excited. I know that you'll get behind these folks and support them just as you supported me. And within the next few days, we'll be making those announcements. I'm excited. They're excited. Everyone's excited. And I hope you get excited too. We need for you to get excited along with us to make this thing work. Tonight, after our show, please stay tuned because you know the old favorite, Unshackled. You know, that old-time radio in the 21st century. That program that is produced and directed by Pacific Garden Missions out of Chicago, Illinois. You know that one that every time we bring one on, people listen to it, not only here, they listen to it on YouTube, iTunes, Google, Spotify, iHeartRadio, wherever we're at out there. People love to listen to Unshackled. I have said that it is a blessing to be able to produce or to be able to run their program out of Chicago, Illinois. It has been a privilege and a blessing to do so. And I trust that we'll continue to be able to carry that program and many, many others beside that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that Espenlaub lip dripped for a while, excuse me, let's get this thing started. I know of no better way than to loosen up and tap your fingers, tap your feet, snap your fingers. Oh, Espenlaub. It's Wednesday night. You've been working too hard. Charlie's over there laughing at me. I don't know a better way of getting this thing started than for you to tap your feet, snap your fingers, bob your head, and shake your booty by listening to this. Get up. Loosen up. Have fun.
Come and listen to a story about a good love gone so bad. Started out oh so happy, but it ended
Truth don't lie. I like that, and so did everybody here at the Funny Farm Radio Studios. That'll set your feet a-tapping, your fingers snapping, your head bobbing, and your booty shaking for sure. One more time before we take you to our interview that we had with Ivor Davis. What an interesting, dynamic interview with a man who has had an admirable career, a pleasant man, a kind man, and a man that I now call my friend. In just a moment, we will have our interview with Mr. Ivor Davis. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. And what you see on the screen is the man who is behind the book. If you hear any bells or ding-a-lings or any of those sort of things, don't be alarmed, because you're watching the George Espenlaub Show, and many of you know that we come to you live from the Funny Farm in a place called Our World. So bells and whistles and strange sounds, that's not unusual for us around here. We live here in our world. It's a lot safer here than it is in yours. I want to do something, if I can get the right buttons and all those things. And if you notice, we didn't even have no intro music tonight. We will bring Dude up here in a minute, because we're going to make him earn his 30 seconds of his duty here at the Funny Farm. We're going to bring him up here in a second, but I want to do this. If you didn't get to see if I can talk and share my screen thingy all at the same time. If you didn't see the prelude to tonight's show that we put up early this morning, I want us to lead into this thing by showing you this. It's about 3 minutes and some odd seconds. I want you to see this, because this is the police officer that discovered the body. And he's talking about what he saw, how he felt 50 years ago when this whole ugly thing went down. So we're going to bring this up.
"50 years this August. It's something I'll never forget. You know, it was something you witness and you just go on. Those poor people didn't. Their lives were ended young. They were young. All of them were young. In their 20s, I think they were all in their 20s. The Sharon Tate murder with 5 dead bodies was one of the most horrific things I've ever seen in the whole time I was a policeman. And nothing compares to it, to that murder scene. Sharon Tate was a beautiful lady. She was gorgeous. When I looked at her when I bent down to check her out to see if she was still alive, I thought, this is the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen in my life. The only wound I could see on Sharon Tate was right in her pregnant belly, and it was a big gash with an avulsion cut. It was like they were almost going to cut the baby out of her. That's what it looked like.
So, Bob, when you're confronted with a crime scene like the one you were at, what do you think about who could have done this?
I was thinking there's somebody and people wanted to kill these people awful bad. That's all I could think, and I had no idea why they killed them. Was a motivation robbery? I don't think so. Vengeance. I thought it was a vengeance thing.
What made you think it was vengeance?
It was brutally done. It wasn't like they were just shot and executed one at a time. It looked like there was, the way it was staged, with the ropes around Sharon Tate's neck and the other one around Jay Sebring's neck. It baffles me. It really does. I can't understand why any person would do anything, would kill for another person for no reason. To me, it doesn't make sense. I mean, you got to be hypnotized or something by this person. And maybe Manson had that power because it was sex and drugs. That's what the whole thing was about. At the time, I thought a man did all this killing when I was walking through the crime scene. I would have never suspected a woman killing people like the way they was butchered, basically, and they were butchered.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sure that brings back a lot of memories, Ivor.
It does, and the bestiality, George, of what went down, because this detective, this police officer, looked like a horror film, and Sharon was stabbed 20, 30 times, and the others were stabbed pretty heavily. So, he seemed like he was still in shock, and this was 50 years later.
Ivor, tell us a little bit about yourself before we get into this. You were born in England. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was born in London, and I was born at the time World War II was taking place. And in London, we were being bombed by Hitler and his Luftwaffe. And every night, as a kid, I remember vividly spending the night in a bomb shelter. For young Americans today, that seems absolutely in a different world, and it was a different world. But Hitler and his gang were trying to bomb the living daylights out of London. We lived in a bomb shelter, and then as kids, we get up the next day and we walk around these devastated houses looking for shrapnel souvenirs. But when you're a kid, you don't know war, do you? I know you were a young man when you went to war, but when you're 5, 6 years of age, it's crazy. That's why I grew up in London. After the war, it was rationing. We lived on horrible egg powder. And the funny thing I always remember is the Americans were in London at the time. And every time we saw an American serviceman, we'd go up to them and say, "Have you got any gum, chum?" Because chewing gum was a luxury. That was the kind of running gag. That was me growing up in England as a kid.
When did you come to America?
Well, as a journalist, as a young journalist, I came late in 1960, George, and I came after about a week after John Kennedy defeated Richard Nixon as president. And it was in the early 60s. I looked for a job as a journalist. I finally landed a job as a journalist. And fast forward to the mid 60s or early 60s, 1964, I worked for a big London newspaper, the London Daily Express. And one day they called me, and I was their Hollywood correspondent in LA. And they said, hey, get on the plane, go to San Francisco. The boys are going to tour America. I said, what boys? They said, the Beatles. And so my first big job was traveling with the Beatles in 1964 for nearly 6 weeks around America. And it was a real crazy, wonderful ride. And I was there writing about them and also ghostwriting George Harrison's column. So I jumped in the deep end and I enjoyed it.
I found that amusing today when I was going through your website. And ladies and gentlemen, you really want to go here. This is where you want to go. IvorDavisBooks.com. That is it's an awesome website, and you can read all about Ivor and his career. It's been an amazing career. And I just spent, I don't know how much time I spent there, Ivor, but it was a delight. And we talked before we went live. You have covered some of the biggest events that has hit this country and around the world at the same time. I mean, you covered James Meredith when he was ushered in to the university. You covered Bobby Kennedy when he was on his primary tour in California, and you were there the night that he was so tragically shot down. You covered the Sirhan trial. My, oh my. And it just goes on and on. So, ladies and gentlemen, go to this website. Spend some time there. And while you're there, before you leave, I want you to do something. I want you to get some of this. Let me show you here. Get some of this right there. Manson Exposed, and we're going to get into this in just a moment, a reporter's 50-year journey into madness and murder. You are looking at the man that was there on the ground and continued throughout the trial and the whole ugly scene. And you'll hear it from him tonight. Get this book. And then, while you're at it, get this one. Penguins. That the author of The Beatles and Me on Tour. It's a children's book, isn't it, Ivor?
It's a children's book. And if I may take a second to tell you what it's all about, I was doing a lecture tour on a cruise in South America, and I landed in the Falkland Islands. And the Falkland Islands, believe it or not, is a British island 300 miles from Argentina. And many of your fans that are tuning in know that there was a war between England and the Argentinians. And when I was on the island, I thought everybody spoke English, like it was England, transported 1,000 miles away. And there were about 2,000 English people and about 1 million penguins. So I thought, hey, what about if these penguins decided they wanted to be rock stars, almost as big as the Beatles? So I did it for my grandkids, to be honest with you, because these 4 penguins are great rock musicians. Their biggest hit was, you may have heard it, you may have seen it, but you may even have bought the record. I Want to Hold Your Flipper. Remember that one?
Yes.
And we all live in an ecological yellow marine reserve. So anyway, so it's kind of a spoof, and I had fun with it, and my grandkids like it, and I'm very popular with them, as I use their names in the book. But it's for adults reading to their kids, and it's a little bit lighter than murder.
This one here, The Beatles and Me. Ivor Davis. He traveled with them. And I found it amusing when you said that you wrote as a ghostwriter.
Yeah.
For who? John Lennon?
No, I was a ghostwriter for George Harrison. I mean, I sit down with George Harrison every couple of days and say, "Hey, George, tell me. I wrote his column. You see, he got paid for it. I wrote it. we had fun, and George was a little bit hesitant, but anyway. So that was my job, writing about the Beatles, the crazy concerts, the fans, the mob scenes." And I wrote about it for George, and had a lot of fun doing it.
And I'll bet you have some real whooper whopper tales.
Quite a few.
Yeah, I bet you. I bet you do, Ivor. I'll bet you do. Getting back to this awful time here in the States, August 9th, 1969. And you were only, when you say 45 minutes after it was discovered, you were on the ground, you were there?
I was outside the Sharon Tate and Roman Polanski house because we didn't know what had happened. We knew something terrible had happened. Because don't forget, George, that back in 69, the communications weren't instantaneous internet didn't exist.
Right.
Picked it up from police radios, police reports, wire services, and they said they didn't give us much detail. So off I went, raced over there, and stood outside while the police officers, including the one you showed earlier in the program, discovered the grisly corpses. I mean, it was pretty horrible. We didn't know what was going on, and we had to wait for the cops to tell us, but we knew something awful had happened because there were bodies we could see covered in white sheets on the lawn, in a car. Of course, we were not allowed on the crime scene. Naturally, that's never allowed to happen. And then slowly, George, we learned what went on, what had happened. And I must tell you that I was very lucky because 3 doors away, an old soccer buddy of mine who we played soccer in LA lived 3 doors from Sharon Tate's house. And when I went to see him to use his phone, because we didn't have cell phones back then, to phone my story to London, Phil Freed, who was my pal, told me who lived in the house. He said Sharon Tate with her husband, Roman Polanski, and a bunch of other people. He didn't know who they were. So that was confirmation, but we still didn't know who the victims were until much later.
Now, Polanski, he wasn't he wasn't just the normal Harry down the street type of guy, was he? I mean, he was.
Roman Polanski was Polish born, Polish and French reared, and he was a terrific film director. I mean, he'd made a lot of big movies. He'd made movies where he met his wife, Sharon Tate. I mean, he made a movie called The Vampires, about the vampires, and that's where he met Sharon. And he told me, because I got to know him, he told me that when he first met Sharon, he didn't like her, and she didn't like him. But anyway, sometimes hate turns into love. And they got married in a big wedding in London. They moved to California, where Roman got more work working on movies like Chinatown. And he was in London at the time of the murders. Now, the only thing that I felt was a bit odd, and it wasn't really, but that's the way showbiz works, is this, George. What happened was Sharon was almost about to deliver, and Roman was in England preparing a new movie, 6,000 miles away. But I must tell you this, and I don't want to go on too long, but when he came back, a lot of people thought that he might have been responsible for the murder because he'd made a movie about a woman giving birth to a baby who may have been fathered by the devil. Do you remember what that film was called?
Yes, yes. The Exorcist.
Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, Rosemary's Baby. Yes.
With Mia Farrow. So people thought, here's a guy that's made this kind of weird movie about the devil and childbirth, and then his wife gets butchered when she's pregnant. So for a few days, and I saw Roman Polanski as soon as he got back, people thought that he might have been responsible. I mean, it was kind of crazy. But Roman, I tell you, I spoke to him, and he was nervous, and he was on tranquilizers, and he was out of his mind at the time. And of course, he was absolutely distraught because he lost his wife and his only child, the firstborn. And so it was kind of a rough time. And one more thing I may add, George, is that Hollywood was in panic. Nobody knew who was responsible. Was it a drug deal? I mean, your police officer who came on earlier on the show, the film footage, thought it was a drug deal. He thought it wasn't a natural thing. And so there were all sorts of voodoo, black magic, crazy cooked. Who knew? Nobody knew, and there was so much speculation until, believe it or not, 4 months later, when the whole Manson thing broke wide open, and then we learned who the killer was, and the accused killer was, and possibly why he did it. So it was very, very bizarre at the time, and the cops were absolutely baffled. They interviewed 600 people, and never got one single lead until they cracked the case. The murders, August 1969. The case finally broke wide open December 1969. 4 months, George, before they finally got suspects.
So for 4 months before they finally cracked the case and figured that Manson and his followers were responsible, Hollywood was on pins and needles, and particularly certain people, right?
Yes. A lot of people knew Roman Polanski and Sharon Tate. A lot of people used to hang out at their houses. I mean, for example, Steve McQueen was absolutely terrified. Steve McQueen was a friend of Polanski. He knew Sharon. He'd auditioned her for movie roles. People like Robert Evans, who was the head of film production, who made The Godfather, he was scared. And people went out and bought guns, and they bought guard dogs, because don't forget, there was not, for 4 months, there was a void, an emptiness. Nobody knew who did it, why they did it. And so Hollywood went into a collective panic. People left town. People got guns, as I say. And Steve McQueen slept with a gun under his pillow and a shotgun under his bed. He was scared.
Were those people, were there certain people that was supposed to be there that night that for some reason or another didn't show up?
Well, here's the story. I mean, I'm a bit cynical about this, because as the years went by and I did interviews with people, they said to me, hey, guess what, Ivor? I was going to be having dinner with Sharon that night. So why didn't you have dinner? Well, John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas was going to go along with his pal Mike Sarn, who was an English film director. Mike Sarn told me that before they went to Sharon's house, they went out for dinner in LA, and they had too much sake, and they were everybody ended up sloshed. And so they said, we're not going to go to Sharon tonight because we can hardly drive home. So they said they dodged the bullet. Robert Evans, the film producer, said he dodged the bullet. Steve McQueen said he was on his way. You ready for this? He was on his way to the house on Cielo Drive on his motorcycle, when he picked up a hitchhiker, a beautiful young lady. And he decided he was going to spend the night with the young lady rather than go to Sharon Tate's house. And I must tell you, as this story goes on, I mean, I just read about an old pal of mine, a famous photographer in London who shot every movie star in the 60s named Terry O'Neill. And in Terry O'Neill's obituary of about a week ago, it said, Terry said to friends he was in Hollywood that night and he was going to go to Sharon Tate's house for drinks and dinner. And he didn't make it. So rather cynically, Dennis Hopper told me personally he was going to go, but he went to the Daisy nightclub, got a bit drunk, ended up with another young lady and dodged going to the house. Now, you know, you can make of it what you want, George. I'm a little bit cynical after 50 years in the business. And so I think some of the stories are true and some of them are exaggeration.
What about Doris Day's son?
Well,
he was connected somehow, right?
Doris Day's son was Terry Melcher, and he was connected in a very big way. And let me tell you how. Well, first of all, Doris Day's son, Terry Melcher, and his girlfriend, Candace Bergen, the actress and the model, lived in the Cielo Drive murder house 5 months before the murders, 6 months before the murders. They moved out and Roman Polanski moved in. Now, the reason why Terry Melcher, who was a record producer, Terry Melcher was the guy that produced the Byrds' big hits, and he was a real hotshot record producer. Terry Melcher was being courted by Charles Manson because he gave Charles Manson the impression he wanted to record him as a recording artist. Well, the story is, and I believe part of it is true, is that Terry Melcher went to the Spahn Movie Ranch, which is where Manson and his girls lived, which was about 20 miles from Hollywood, and he auditioned Manson for a recording contract. And rather than tell Manson at the end of the audition, well, it doesn't quite work, he kind of gave him hope. He said, well, you know, I like what you do. He gave him $50, which was quite a lot of money then, $50 as kind of spending money. And Manson, who had an ego, gigantic ego, told his family girls, well, it's a deal. I've got a deal with this hotshot producer. Well, to tell a long story short, Terry Melcher did not intend to sign Manson. And he tried to avoid Manson. And Manson tried to make contact with him, went to the house even to see him. And he'd moved. Nobody would tell Manson where Terry Melcher lived. And when the murders broke out, Terry Melcher felt that they were coming after him. And he actually thought at one time, when he learned that Manson was the one behind the killings, Terry Melcher thought Manson was out for revenge and went to the house to get him. And I want to tell you, when I spoke to Terry Melcher years afterwards, Terry Melcher said this destroyed his life. He got onto drugs. He was on tranquilizers. He nearly killed himself in a motorcycle accident. And Manson then later said he wasn't after Terry Melcher. But Melcher lived in fear for many years. And that's the connection, Melcher and Manson.
4 months before they finally cracked the case. How did it happen that Charles Manson and his cult family were brought into this thing?
Well, that is a terrific question, and it's a crucial question. And here's how it happened. With all due respect to the LAPD homicide and the sheriffs of LA homicide, they were dead lucky, because here's what happened. In October of 1969, they had arrested a young woman called Susan Atkins, and she was arrested not for any of the murders of Sharon Tate, but for the murder of a musician named Gary Hinman. Now, Gary Hinman lived in Topanga Canyon, a kind of rustic canyon near Hollywood, near Malibu. He was a nice guy. He was a Buddhist, However, when he needed some extra money, he would cook up a little bit of mescaline and sell it to his friends. One day, Manson and his cohort, Bobby Beausoleil was a musician. Bobby Beausoleil went with Manson to Gary Hinman's house and said, "Give me the money, Gary." And Gary said, "I don't have any money." They didn't believe him. They tortured him for 3 days, and finally he died. Believe it or not, Beausoleil, who did the killing with Susan Atkins, was arrested and was in jail. But they didn't know Susan Atkins was part of the murder of Gary Hinman. In October of 1969, Susan Atkins was arrested and charged with the murder of Gary Hinman. And she was a boastful woman. For 3 or 4 nights, she told her cellmate, "Do you know who killed Sharon Tate?" "I did." And the cellmates thought she was exaggerating. She wasn't. She gave them bloody details of stabbing Sharon. The cellmates were terrified. They thought, do we want to be snitches and maybe get a knife in our ribs? Anyway, they finally managed to get the message to the detectives. The detectives finally came to interview the cellmates, and then they interviewed Susan Atkins, and Susan Atkins spilled her gut, and she revealed Manson, the Spahn Ranch, who did the killings, why they did the killings in graphic detail. And on December the 4th, 1969, Police Chief Ed Davis announced the police department had cracked the murder that had terrified Hollywood for 4 months. And that was how it happened. Not by detective work, although the detectives worked very, very hard, but by a boastful, blabbing Susan Atkins who spilled her gut.
You covered, of course, you covered the arrest. You covered the period, the 4-month period before it broke. You covered the arrest. What were some of the things that was going through your mind, Ivor?
Well, first of all, I was as baffled as everybody else. Who did it? They didn't have a clue until the Manson arrest. Now, when Manson was named with Charles Tex Watson, Leslie Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian, and the other ladies who were part of the Manson gang, I heard that Charles Manson lived at a movie ranch on the edge of Hollywood. So I thought, well, I've got to go there as a nosy reporter and find out who these people are. Now, when I got to the Spahn movie ranch, George, it was like it was a filthy, funny farm. I mean, sorry about that. But it was a terrible place. It was decrepit. It was run down. It was an old movie ranch. They didn't shoot movies there anymore. And there I found some of the girls who were not involved in the murders. And they didn't want to talk to me. But then 2 guys came, Paul Watkins and Brooks Poston, who were members of the Manson family. And I sat down with them for 3 days, and they told me the most amazing story about Manson, why the girls followed Manson like he was the latest hotshot gospel singer, and why they did everything that he told them to do. And part of the reason was, and you can understand that because I told you about my experience with the Beatles. I sat there at this beat up, stinking ranch with flies and sort of. I mean, it didn't have any running water. It wasn't very glamorous. And I sat there as these guys told me the story about Manson and why the girls followed him, and the drugs that he gave the girls, and the fact that he brainwashed them with Beatle records, Beatle music from the White Album, songs like Helter Skelter, Sexy Sadie, Revolution. He played it to them 4 or 5 times a day, and the idea was that he played it to them, and he told them that the Beatles were sending him secret messages in the lyrics of their songs, predicting a black and white race riot revolution that would lead to bloodshed all over the country. But Manson and his girls, being warned by the Beatles of this horrible thing, would escape to Death Valley, to an underground city where they would be safe during the race riots. Well, I want to tell you, George, you know, I told you what my background is with the Beatles. When I heard this, I thought I knew the Beatle lyrics, I knew the Beatle music, I knew the Beatles. And I thought to myself, what a load of balderdash. What a load of rubbish. You know, who can believe this crap? Who can believe this? And I didn't, I mean, I wasn't about to tell these young people that I thought they were full of you know what. So I listened in absolute amazement at this ludicrous story. And it made no sense. And I knew the Beatles didn't send Charles Manson secret messages. I mean, anybody with an ounce of iota of good sense would know that. But then, July 1970, the trial of Manson begins, and Vincent Bugliosi, the chief prosecution district attorney, stands up and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the motive for these murders is the Beatles' music." And he spins this story that had been told to me. And I thought, has everybody gone mad? But you know, George, what happened after a year-long trial was the jury believed it. The jury convicted everyone. So what can I say?
Going back to the crime scene, and it was a bloody, horrible sight. Didn't they write the words "helter skelter" in blood on the wall?
Yes, they did. They wrote "helter skelter." They wrote "pig on the wall in blood, in the victim's blood. But the other thing that we haven't touched upon, if I may, was 24 hours later, 15 miles away, a grocery store owner and his wife, Lino and Rosemary LaBianca, were murdered in kind of similar fashion. Nobody knew why. They were mutilated, they were stabbed, and bloody messages in the victim's blood were left on the house, in the house, on the fridge of the LaBianca's house. And yet, the police said they thought it was a copycat murder. They said there was no link to the Sharon Tate murders in Beverly Hills to the LaBianca's murders in Los Feliz. And of course there was, because we discovered that Manson, upset at the mess they made at the Sharon Tate house, said, "I'm going to take you to another house and show you how it should be done." And so they did a copycat type murder with, as you pointed out, with the earmarks of bloody messages. Now, one thing, of course, don't forget, this was 1969. They didn't have computers. And in today's mode of operandi, as you know, and as most of your listeners know, when they have murders with similar traits, they can put it in the computer and they get a hit.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do that. And the other important thing to remember is that the LA Police Department handled the Sharon Tate murders, and the other murders were handled by the sheriff. So both sets of police departments never sat down and swapped information. And that was one of the reasons why it took so long to crack the case. So there you have two murders, and nobody linked the two until Susan Atkins confessed to her cellmates that they were involved in both the killings.
Did the other people that were killed, the man and the woman that was killed away from Polanski's house, were they just randomly picked, or did Manson know those people? Or
Here's my thought. Here's my opinion. Manson did not know the La Biancas, but he had been to parties with a friend from UCLA, a student called Harold True, who lived 2 doors from the La Biancas. Because what happened was, on the night of the La Biancas murders, according to the witnesses like Susan Atkins and the others that were there in the car driving to the La Biancas, they drove around LA looking for victims. I mean, there was a suggestion that Manson went to a church. It was locked. Manson went to another house and saw a child in the house and moved on. And somehow they ended up at the La Bianca house. And Manson, in this particular case, left everybody in the car. He went into the La Bianca's house. He tied up the couple. He came out. He sent Tex Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten back into the La Bianca house, telling them, you know what to do. You know, leave the witchy messages on the fridge, on the wall. And this is crazy. And he took the car with Susan Atkins, who was not part of the second murder, Linda Kasabian, who was not part of the murder. He drove off and said to the killers, hitchhike back to the ranch when you've done what you need to do. And they did. They hitchhiked. So, I mean, it's bizarre. You couldn't write this. It's almost unbelievable, but it's not unbelievable because it happened.
when the trial started, Ivor, it was sometimes more like a circus, a real fiasco. What were some of your feelings? And I know you were intent on covering this thing. You knew these people. You had seen them. You had interviewed people that knew people that were there, and so on and so forth. What were your impressions of Manson himself and his followers? And did you speak to any of them at any time?
Well, on the first night or the first day of the trial, which was July 1970, I showed up at the Hall of Justice in downtown LA, and there, sitting on the sidewalk, were some of the girls not involved in the murders, and they had shaved their heads, and they cut swastikas on their forehead. And Lynn Squeaky Fromm, or Frommy, however she calls it, Frommy, Squeaky, who I'd met at the Spahn Ranch, said, "Hi there, Ivor." And she knew I'd written about the Manson case, and she knew I was not a fan of Manson and the girls. And she immediately said to me, in a sweet little girl voice, do you know what it would feel like to have a knife slip down your throat? Well, I was kind of scared because these girls were free, and they, who knew what they could do. So I actually called my wife, and I had a young 1-year-old baby girl daughter. And I told my wife and my daughter to move out my house. And then I went to cover the trial. And the trial, as you pointed out, was a circus because Manson did whatever he could to disrupt the court, the pace of the trial. He wanted to defend himself. He shaved his head and put crosses on his forehead, and so did the girls. And the girls mimicked whatever he told them to do. And Manson wanted to disrupt the whole case. I mean, he couldn't have defended himself. And the other fascinating thing about it was that most of the lawyers representing the Manson family had no experience. The guy that handled Ronald Hughes, who represented one of the accused killers, Leslie Van Houten, had never handled even a traffic ticket. He was fresh out of UCLA law school. And there was the other lawyer for Susan Atkins called Day Shin. And Daishin was an immigration lawyer, and his specialty was getting green cards for people. I mean, and there they were thrown into the most high-profile murder trial of the century. And of course, the other thing I must tell you is that caused terrible consternation was that Manson picked Irving Kinerick to represent him. Now, Irving Kinerick was a veteran lawyer who had a reputation for being the biggest obstructionist lawyer on the face of the earth. If he was going to cross-examine you in a cross-examination that would take an hour, he would drag it out for 3 to 4 days, and he was sent to prison for contempt of court. And so you had a lot of incompetent lawyers. You had Manson misbehaving, so much so that on one occasion I was in court and he grabbed a pencil and he actually threw himself at the judge and screamed, "I'm going to get you, old man." And of course, the bailiff rugby tackled him and put him in a holding cell, and he had to watch his own trial on a screen. And when Manson sang, the girls sang, and it was just disruptive, and it went on for 9 months to a year, when it should have lasted 3 months. But Manson choreographed the disarray, the madness, because look, he didn't even testify. Manson didn't even testify in his own defense, and neither did the girls, because Manson said to them, not in front of me, not in front of the judge, "You're not going to testify." However, I must add one thing. Manson did testify at the trial for 1 hour, and that may sound like a contradiction, but the judge said, "Mr. Manson, would you like to address the court?" And he said, "Yes." And the judge said, "Well, first of all, I have to hear what you have to say." And he released the jury, and the jury never heard. And Manson stood up for 1 hour, spoke off the cuff about what a tough life he'd had, how life was crap, and actually without notes, to speak for an hour nonstop was kind of intriguing. But then when the jury came back, the judge said, "Mr. Manson, would you like to repeat that to the jury?" He said, "No." And he said, "Not only will I not repeat it to the jury, but the girls, fellow defendants, Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, Patricia Krenwinkel, they will not testify in their own defense," and they never did. I mean, it's amazing. But I'll tell you why. Manson probably realized that if he testified, the prosecution would have ripped him apart. So rather than testify in his own defense, he never said a word in his own defense to the jury. Amazing, I know.
Ivor, why were they tried separately? Or
well, here's why they were tried separately. Charles Tex Watson, who took the gang to the Sharon Tate house, and with the gang when they went to the La Bianca house, he had a lawyer in his hometown in McKinney, Texas, who fought extradition for nearly a year. Now, the prosecution in Los Angeles said, "We can't wait for a year for this to happen, so we are going to go ahead with Manson prosecution and the other girls, and at a later date, Charles Tex Watson will be tried on his own." And that's what happened. Charles Tex Watson's trial lasted about 2.5 months, and he was convicted. And Charles Watson pretended or indicated that he was mentally unbalanced, and he lost about 60 pounds, and he never spoke at his trial. And he had about 10 psychiatrists come in and say he was not in control of his mind, the mentally unbalanced defense, and the jury didn't swallow it, and they convicted him. And that's why there were two trials. But the big one was the Manson trial and the girls. The second one, which most people don't know about, was Tex Watson trial and the conviction.
These girls that were on trial with Manson, this horrendous murder, this butchery, what was their background?
Well, strangely enough, the girls came from fairly well-to-do houses. I mean, Leslie Van Houten came from a broken home in Monrovia, California. Susan Atkins came from Southern California. Her father was a very successful stockbroker. These were girls, they were kind of runaway girls. They were unhappy. Maybe their parents divorced. Maybe they didn't get along with their father. And so when they moved to LA, I mean, Susan Atkins met Charles Manson in San Francisco in the Haight-Ashbury year, and saw him playing a guitar. And Manson played the guitar and made his own songs up. And she fell in love with him almost instantaneously. She said it was something like he was singing "The Shadow of Your Smile." And then Manson, of course, the important thing we haven't touched on, George, is Manson was a survivor of the prison system as a young man. And he was canny, and he knew how to manipulate people because he was a small guy, and he knew he would get the hell beaten out of him if he couldn't talk his way out of trouble. And so by the time he got out to Haight-Ashbury in the season of free love and free drugs and free sex, he thought, my God, this is my nirvana. And he was a con man, a brilliant con man, and he managed to sort of entice these women with a lot of gobbledygook, and they believed he was the promised land. He was the guy, he was the man that was looking for. He was their father, he was their lover, and he was their dictator. And Manson manipulated these young, impressionable women to do the ultimate bestial thing, which was to go out and kill. And they, some of the girls, even today, George, even now, there are a few girls, they're no longer girls, they're old women or mature women or whatever you want to call them, who still believe in Manson. I mean, it's insane. I mean, in prison, Susan Atkins said he was trash, and so did the other girls in jail. But there are women out there who still like Manson. I mean, when Manson died 2 or 3 years ago, several of the girls showed up at his funeral, and so did several of his devotees. I mean, so there are people out there who still think he was wrongly convicted. So, and probably will forever think that. So it's bizarre, and as I say, you couldn't write it, but it really happened.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ivor, but wasn't one of the women paroled? Or am I thinking of something else?
Here's what happened. Leslie Van Houten, who was a young lady from Monrovia, California, a very sweet young woman, who happened to participate in the La Bianca murders, had been paroled, had been on probation before she was tried. Because here's what happened. Leslie Van Houten's lawyer, Ronald Hughes, the guy who had no experience whatsoever, mysteriously disappeared in the middle of the trial. So they had to get a new lawyer for Leslie Van Houten. They brought a guy in. And when Leslie Van Houten was convicted, the appeals court said she wasn't properly represented. So Leslie Van Houten was allowed out on parole and then tried again and convicted. Now, what you may be referring to, George, is this, that for the last 50 years, every 4 to 5 years, they've come up for parole because they were all convicted and sent to die in the San Quentin gas chamber. But then in California, the death penalty was abolished and they were given life with a possibility of parole. So every 4 years, they had parole hearings. And in the last 10 years, some parole boards have said Leslie Van Houten should be allowed out on parole, and so should Patricia Krenwinkel. But the parole board, on every occasion, was overruled by the governor of California. And the governor of California does it on a political thing because they know that there's no way these young women, older women now, should be allowed out. And I don't know. I mean, mercy for the killers, they didn't show any mercy. Do you show mercy for them? I think they were different people. They were 19 years of age, 20 years of age. They were zonked out on drugs. I mean, you tell me, if you were on the parole board, George, and they came up and they become model prisoners and they help young girls and young prisoners to find their way in jail. They have pleaded redemption. They've done good work in prison. 50 years it's been. Would you allow them out on parole if you were on the parole board?
That's a tough one. I'm not sure what I would do.
Yes.
During the trial, when it came down for the jury to bring a verdict back, number one, how long did they stay out? And when the verdict was announced, what was the reaction of Manson and the girls?
I was in the courtroom when the jury came back. They weren't out for very long. I think they were probably out because, first of all, they had to vote on conviction. And then afterward, they had another hearing on the death penalty. So there were two segments. But the thing is, I knew that they would come back with guilty because for the whole trial, Manson dictated to the girls how they behaved. And the jury saw what kind of power he had over them. And that power that he showed during the trial was reinforced by the jury, who said, well, I mean, if you could tell them to do stupid things like, carve swastikas on their forehead and shave their heads, he could have told them they were under his thrall, under his power, influence, whatever you want to call it. So when the jury finally came back, I want to tell you that, strangely enough, Manson didn't look too surprised. And the girls, the most awfully terrified people were the parents of the girls. They were the ones that broke down into tears and sobbed. But the girls looked as though they were zonked. And what I learned, by the way, George, was that from a prison guard at the during the trial, was that the girls probably were zonked because every time members of the Manson family girls who were not in prison sent them clean dresses, they sewed into the hems of the dresses LSD tabs. So the girls would get a new dress and a new LSD tab, and they took it during the trial, and that might explain their donkeyness, their craziness, they used to march into court. I think you had a picture in the earlier clip you showed of the girls marching into court singing. That is just insane. So we weren't surprised at the verdict of guilty because they never even defended themselves. They never even said a word in their own defense. How crazy is that? But anyway, that's what happened.
What about some of the aftermath of the victims?
Well, you're specifically referring to, people say the La Biancas were forgotten. They were the victims. Everybody says it's Sharon Tate. And at the beginning of your program, we had the names. Wojtek Rakowski was a victim. He was a friend of Roma Polanski, a wannabe movie writer. Abigail Folger, his girlfriend, was killed at the Sharon Tate house. She was, as everybody knows, a member of the famous Folger coffee fortune, a San Francisco socialite. He was murdered. And of course, there was young Stephen Parent, who happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. He was shot dead leaving the premises. He had nothing to do with anything. He'd visited the guy in the guest house. And of course, there was the famous hairdresser to the stars who was also a friend of Sharon Tate, who was there at the night of the murders, and he was murdered. So the victims have been forgotten, although everybody remembers it was Sharon Tate. But I'll tell you one thing I think, George, and I know we're running out of time, is I think, and you tell me what you think, I think that if Charles Manson and those convicted had been executed in 1971, you and I probably wouldn't be having this conversation.
You're right. Yeah.
So it's whether you're in favor of the death penalty, I don't know, but it's a situation that gave them. I mean, and one other thing I'll add is that Manson wanted to become a rock star. He never became a rock star, but he became famous. And he became famous because he gave interviews to Diane Sawyer and all these celebrity interviewers on prime time. Yeah. And if you ever see any of those programs, and I look at them, look at Diane Sawyer's interview with Manson, he thinks he's an actor, and he's a great performer. I mean, you and I could sit in the safety of our living rooms and see the monster perform on prime time night television. And
you're absolutely right, Ivor. And that continued on and on and on up until his death.
Correct.
So in his own right, in his own crazy, fuzzy world, he was a rock star. He became a rock star. Twisted, evil, dark, debauchery is what it was. Oh, Ivor, I only wish that we had about 4 days. I was sitting here listening to you, and I was thinking, he covered the Patty Hearst episode also, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Patty Hearst turned bank robber.
Yes. Would you please, when you find time and it's convenient for you, would you please come back again?
We have a lot to talk about, George. It would be my great pleasure to talk with you again when you feel you could take another dose of me.
I could take dose after dose after dose after dose. There's just some people. I told my wife this afternoon, I said, and I was telling her, you were at Oceanside and I was Pendleton, but it was years apart.
Yeah.
And then during the Bobby Kennedy murder, you were on the ground. I was in the air.
Yeah.
But I told my wife, I said, it almost seems when you meet certain people that I've met him before. That's how I feel, Ivor.
Kind of parallel lives in a way, isn't it?
Yes. And I want to say thank you for your gratitude. You're busy. You took time out of your busy schedule to be on the show. And I just pray that we can do this again. I'm going to drop you an email because I got some things that I want to ask you about. I'm going to drop you an email, so look for that. You've got my phone number. Call me, et cetera, and all those good things. Ivor, thank you so much. I'll put this book back up after I let you go, and I'll push that out there on your website. I thank you. You are a fine, fine gentleman. I admire your career. I admire your tenacity. I admire you, sir. I admire you.
It's very kind of you with those wonderful words, and I look forward to talking to you again And I wish you all the best, George. Thank you for having me on your program.
Thank you, Ivor. I trust that God will keep you right in the center of his hand.
Thank you.
Have a good night, my friend.
Thank you so much, George. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Here's what I want you to do. Get that book. And how do you get that book? You get that book by going right there. Go there. Spend some time. Once you get there, I know you'll spend some time reading and listening and watching and all those things. It's an intriguing website. Get that book because we didn't even scratch the surface tonight. We didn't scratch the surface, but my, oh my, what an intriguing career that Ivor has had. And he was so gracious to be with us tonight. Once again, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm so glad that you took the time to be with us tonight. I didn't even take the time to put some of these comments up here. Wendy said hello, and Cheryl said I've shared watch party. We are excited for this. My wife of 51 years said hi, folks. Scott said hello, everybody. Cassandra said I'm so late. Just got the grandkids off to go home. Hello, everyone. And Wendy said, love the interview. My, oh, my. Now, remember, start those watch parties. Get it out there. Push it out there. Because now's when the magic starts and people begin to come in that couldn't come in before, and they'll watch it. And we'll push it out there. So start those watch parties. Spread the word for us. Ivor was such a gracious man to come aboard tonight, and I thank him so very, very, very much. Let me put some of these things down here, and we're going to get out of here. I hesitated saying this before we go, but I'll bring this up here real quick. I hesitate in saying this, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say it anyhow. I'll be on my way to North Carolina here, most Ricky Tick, going to Camp Lejeune, and there I am going to be watching a re-enlistment ceremony for none other than my grandson, Corporal Jeffrey Howard, who is re-enlisted in the Marine Corps. Wednesday is the re-enlistment ceremony. I will be there. We're going to do it live. It won't be with StreamYard. It'll be by the way of our phone and live into Facebook. I believe it starts at 11 a.m. I'll know more tomorrow when I get there. But that's where we'll be. We'll be coming to you live. A lot of good things happening here. I hope you enjoyed this tonight. I sure did. My head is just spinning. And I remember when all this took place. Many, many thanks to our guests tonight. I thank you for your support. I thank you for being with me. I trust and pray that wherever you're at, whatever time it might be, you'll be kind one to another. You'll love one another. Smile at somebody. And I just trust and pray that God will keep you right in the center of his hand. We'll let this music play out a little bit, and then we'll just leave. Good night, everybody. God bless you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends, Romans, and countrymen, thank you for tuning in tonight to the George Espenlaub Show. What a thrilling interview that was with a man that was so delightful, so gracious, who had an incredible career. We'll be having Ivor back again. We will keep you posted when. If you didn't see the live stream show that we did with Ivor Davis, it was a week ago tonight. Go to the George Espenlaub Show, the George Espenlaub Show on Facebook, and there you can watch the live video replay. We have had over 8,200 views of that show, and it's still climbing. I apologize for not putting up in the description what I should have put in the description. So please take the time to go to the George Espenlaub Show on Facebook, and you can watch the replay with Ivor Davis. I thank you for tuning in tonight, for taking the time to spend your very precious moments with us. We don't want you to go away, because right after we go out of here, Unshackled will be coming on. Old time radio in the 21st century. Produced, directed by Pacific Garden Mission out of Chicago, Illinois. They are up next, so please don't go away. And remember, any episode that you've ever missed, you can come right back and listen to it anytime you want to, as many times as you want to. You can download it and distribute it, keep it, do with it whatever you want. We'll be delighted that you did. So, until next time, and next time will be soon. And we will be having some great, exciting, big-time announcements to be making pertaining to the show and to other things that's going to be taking place. But until then, wherever you're at, whatever time it might be kind one to another, take care of one another, tell somebody that you love them, give them a hug, a little pat on the back that goes a long way, smile at somebody. So if it's nighttime where you're at, you have a great night. If it's already daytime where you're listening, have a wonderful, wonderful day. I trust and pray that God will keep you right in the center of His hand. Please don't go away. Stay tuned for Unshackled. But for Charlie and I and everyone here at the Funny Farm, good night, everybody.
graced.
How do you do? Some people seem to instinctively reach out to rescue those in need, even risking their own lives. We call them heroes. Others back away from involvement for many reasons, not the least of which is fear. Are you your brother's keeper? The answer you give may depend on whether your heart and mind and life have been unshackled. This is Unshackled, true life stories that proclaim the good news, dramatized and produced in Chicago by Pacific Garden Mission. Homeless people who come to Pacific Garden Mission are not overly eager to talk about their past, too much hurt and shame and fear in the past. Folks at the mission know all about that. Most of them have been there. They reassure street people by offering food, a shower and a change of clothes, medical or dental care if needed, and a safe place to sleep. The old lighthouse is always there for them, has been for 121 years. But material help alone will not change lives. So counselors and pastors lead them to a place where they can lay down the past and find forgiveness, where the Prince of Peace offers them new life. And those who accept are eager to talk about their past and the one who changed everything. And that's what Unshackled is all about. Now for broadcast around the earth, here's program number 2494 in the series Unshackled, the program that makes you face yourself and think.
Okay, let me put these decoys in the trunk.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like a great day for duck hunting.
Yeah.
Sound like you're half asleep, Fred.
I'm kind of bothered about something.
What?
On the way here, I saw a girl sitting on the handrail of the Delaware Memorial Bridge.
Holy cow, did you stop?
I was afraid she might jump if I did.
This early, not too many people are gonna be out driving.
Yeah, I better call the police and tell them.
Well, there probably wasn't much you could do, Fred.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm calling about a girl I saw sitting on the Delaware Memorial Bridge about 4:30. Yeah, okay, thanks.
What'd they say?
They're taking care of it.
Good. Well, let's see if we can go duck hunting.
What would you do in that kind of situation? Would you have stopped? The man in this story was haunted by that encounter and his decision to carry on, a decision that led to upheaval in his life and caused him to doubt everything he thought he knew. This is the true story of Frederick Zebb and how he was unshackled.
I was the middle child of 5, born in Philadelphia in 1947. We moved to Delaware when I was 3, and that's where I still live. Both my parents were very religious and active in the church, so I attended parochial school for 10 years. My parents were also very strict and wouldn't let me go to dances, but I found a way around that. Dad? Is it okay if I go to school tonight?
On Saturday? What for?
I joined a club that fixes old religious items and sends them to needy countries.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of fun.
Does your mother know about this?
No, I haven't told her yet. I was going to do that.
Well, I'm glad to hear about this, Fred. We'll take you to school.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. One of the guys will pick me up.
No, we'll take you and pick you up later. What time do you have to be there?
7:30 is good enough.
Fine. Verda! Listen to what Fred's doing now.
They would drop me off at one end of the school, and I'd walk to the other side where the dance was being held. When the dance was over, I'd walk back and they would pick me up. 6 months went by before they got wise. And one night, my dad walked into the dance, tapped me on the shoulder. Boy, was I embarrassed and in big trouble. At school, I was so mouthy and disruptive that they finally asked me to leave. I tried vocational school, then quit altogether at 16.
I just can't believe you would quit like that, Fred.
I don't like electrical shop.
You didn't give it a chance. You didn't try very hard at auto shop either.
I did too. The teacher told me to switch to another field.
If you aren't going to go to school, then you have to get a job.
Well, what can I do?
Try the newspaper ads.
Yeah, sure.
I don't care what you do, but you're going to do something. I want you out of the house by 7 in the morning, and you're not coming back until 5 o'clock. Is that understood?
Yeah.
And I'd better not catch you drunk again. We're not going to have a bum in our house. You'd better learn that.
In some ways, I was already a bum, panhandling from friends to buy cheap wine, lying to my parents. I applied for different jobs in the newspaper, but no one would hire me. So I went back to vocational school. After a year, they asked me not to come back. The only option left was public school, which I finally finished, and then went to work for DuPont as a laborer. I had worked there 2 years and started training as a millwright apprentice when I made a radical change of direction.
Hello?
Yeah, Dad, I just joined the Navy.
What?
Yeah, 4-year commitment. I'm leaving pretty soon.
Why? You were on your way to becoming a first-class journeyman.
The job will be waiting for me when I come back. I'm just taking a leave of absence.
Well, it sure is sudden.
Well, I've been thinking about it for a while. I wanted to do something different. See the world, maybe.
Where are you going to go to boot camp?
San Diego.
Good luck, son. I hope you're making the right decision.
I didn't tell him the real reason I joined the Navy. I'd gotten into a fist fight at work with a guy who was jealous. He said I was flirting with his wife. He was right. Several times I was called into the supervisor's office for questioning. The heat was on, so I figured a leave of absence would give things a chance to cool down. I joined the submarine service and went to school in New London, Connecticut. I met Rosemarie when I drove my buddy to see his girlfriend.
So, what'd you think of her?
Fix me up with a date sometime, George.
With my girl? You gotta be kidding.
Oh, not your girl. I'm talking about her roommate, Rosemarie.
Oh, okay. You had me worried for a minute.
Even her name is beautiful.
You got it bad, dude. Well, call her up.
No, I don't want to ruin this. She's really a dish.
Yeah.
Arrange a double date, okay?
Yeah, I thought you had experience with women.
I've had girlfriends, but this is different, I'm telling you. I don't want to mess it up. I don't even know her very well.
Okay. I'll call her as soon as we get back.
My roommate tried to fix me up with Rosemarie, but she'd have none of that. I had to ask her out myself, which I finally did. We fell in love and were married less than a year later. When I left the Navy after my 4-year hitch, I had a wife and a daughter, both named Rosemarie.
I never thought you'd get married, Fred. No offense, Rosemarie, but he used to be a wild man.
What do you mean used to be? He still is.
Yeah, all right, you guys. All right, cut it out. I'm a responsible husband and father now.
Oh, yeah, sure. Does that mean you won't be partying?
Rosemarie don't mind me spending some time with my friends.
You know, it'll be great hunting with you this fall.
Oh, I can't hardly wait.
Hey, you going back to your old job?
Yeah, I'm already back on my apprenticeship. Rosemarie got a job, too.
Yeah, you two will be rolling in money.
Hey, we're ready for the good life, man. Hey, you only go round once, you know? In 1976, a son was born to us, making our family complete. What more could a man want? I worked overtime every chance I could and went to school nights. When I wasn't in school, I worked a part-time job, including weekends. If I wasn't working or partying, I was at football or baseball games. During one 3-month period, I was busy every day and night. The only time I relaxed with my family was when we went camping, always with our friends.
Man. This is the life, isn't it?
Yeah, as long as we have plenty of grass and wine, I'm happy.
You ever get high at work?
Nah, too risky. I save it for weekends like this.
Hey, Rosemary, how do you put up with this guy anyway?
What do you mean?
Well, he's always doing something. I don't know anybody as involved in things as old Fred here.
He's pretty busy, but that's how you get ahead.
One of the neighbors tried to get me to go to church on Sunday. I told him I don't have time.
For sure. Sunday is when all the action is. Baseball, football, hunting.
Skeet shooting. Hey, you know my average is 96.2?
Braggart.
Yeah. Isn't that what life is all about?
Skeet shooting or bragging?
No, beating your own average, improving yourself.
Life is about having a good time.
Right.
I think we're supposed to do something worthwhile with our lives. Make the world a better place.
Oh, there's no hope for this world. Don't you know that?
Yeah, well, not according to the Bible thumpers. Man, they get on my nerves, telling me I need the Lord.
What do you say to them?
I tell them to get lost and mind their own business.
Oh, I'd love to hear that conversation.
He doesn't always do it in a nice way either.
Hey, what right do they have telling me I'm on the way to hell?
They think they're helping you, Fred.
Well, they're wrong. I don't need their God, and I don't need their religion. And I was too full of myself to know that I was empty inside, with nothing to offer someone who was ready to jump from a bridge.
In a moment, we'll hear how all of that changed. We're often asked, how can I stay informed of the happenings of Pacific Garden Mission? Well, the answer is the PGM News. The PGM News is a monthly publication of Pacific Garden Mission that takes you inside the old lighthouse to the very heart of the mission. Photos and articles bring the ministry you've heard so much about right into your own home. Every issue includes a feature story that often chronicles the experiences of a person whose life has been unshackled through Pacific Garden Mission. Now, this is your opportunity to learn more about the mission's individual ministries and outreach programs, including the Men's Division, the Women and Children's Division, the Bible Institute, and much more. You'll also have the opportunity to order Unshackled and Pacific Garden Mission books, tapes, and videos. The PGM News is welcomed into over 50,000 homes each month and is available simply for the asking.
The address of Pacific Garden Mission is 1458 South Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. That's Pacific Garden Mission, 1458 South Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. The phone number, 312-492-9410. 312-492-9410.
There were Jesus fanatics scattered around my life. Besides my neighbors, I had a co-worker who got under my skin, and I cursed him a few times. Inwardly, I wanted what I saw in them. Then there was my supervisor, Jim.
Hey, Fred, how's it going?
Yeah, okay. How about you?
Couldn't be better.
You're always upbeat, Jim.
When you know you're going to heaven, it gives everything the right perspective.
Come on. Nobody knows for sure about that.
Well, the Bible makes it very clear, Fred. If you don't know Jesus, he's not your personal savior, then you will go to hell. But I know it.
What kind of God would do that?
He doesn't do that. You send yourself to hell when you reject his son.
Now, wait a minute. I thought he died for the sins of the whole world.
Fred, do you believe the Bible to be true?
No.
Then I can't answer you, because my answer would be based on what the Bible teaches.
Can you believe that? Of all the arrogant people, those so-called Christians are the worst. Talk about narrow-minded.
Don't discuss religion, then.
You want another hit?
Nah, I like wine better.
I mean, I work every day. I take care of my family. I try to be a good husband and father. How could a loving God condemn me?
I don't know, Fred. I couldn't.
Do the best I can. If that's not good enough for God, then I don't want any part of him.
I'm sure he understands.
Did you go to church when you were growing up?
Sure.
Yeah, we always did. When I was little, I wanted to be in the ministry, but I got over it. Imagine that. Me preaching. I wonder if God was sitting up in heaven with a clipboard and checking off everything I did.
You better hope not. Yeah, seriously, though, I'd like to go to church again sometime. Maybe that one down the street.
Yeah, not me. I haven't gone since high school.
Well, we can't let the kids grow up without some kind of religious guidance.
Yeah, well, count me out. In spite of my self-centered life and my anger at Christians, I couldn't help being aware of God and his creation when I went deer hunting. I would sit on a deer stand up in a tree before sunrise and watch the sun come up. My thoughts just seemed to wonder about God. Later, I asked my friends if they had the same experience.
Do I ever wonder about God when we're out here?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it all seems so natural and planned. The sunrise, the birds singing, the squirrels playing.
The deer hiding. Man, I didn't see a one today.
Yeah.
They knew we were out there.
Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. Maybe we'll get lucky.
I'll tell you one thing, Fred. You can find God out here as much as you can in some church.
Yeah, tell it to Rosemarie. She's been after me to go to church with her and the kids. Nine times out of 10, I wouldn't go to church with my wife, but she kept after me, and so I began to attend every Sunday. There was something missing in my life, and I didn't know what it was. My supervisor thought he knew.
You need to be born again, Fred, otherwise you cannot see the kingdom of God.
Hey, I'm going to church, man.
Going to church doesn't save you. Accepting Christ as your Savior is what saves you. Here, read Ephesians chapter 2, verses 8 and 9. For by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast.
Don't you think it's narrow-minded to insist that your way is the only way?
It isn't my way, Fred. It's God's way. Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
You believe what you want, I'll believe what I want.
I'll pray for you, and I'll have the people in my church praying for you as well.
Then came the fall of 1982, when I drove right past that girl sitting on the bridge. I'd always been so strong and ready with answers. I thought I'd automatically help those in need, but I had ignored an obvious cry for help. We went duck hunting that day, but I spent most of the time in tears with my shotgun lying by my side. What if she was dead now and I had done nothing to help her? I felt completely empty and hopeless. When we got back to my friend's house, I called the police.
What's the word?
They said she didn't jump. They got her down safely.
See, you're worried about nothing.
I don't know. I'll never forget the sight of her sitting there in the dark. I should have stopped.
You don't know that. You might have said the wrong thing, and then she would have jumped.
Yeah, maybe.
It all worked out, Fred. Quit thinking about it. You want a beer?
Nah. I better get home. I couldn't stop thinking about that girl and how I'd failed to help her. My depression was more than I could bear. Trying to find peace, I began reading the Bible, starting with the New Testament. I also talked with many people about that girl on the bridge, my wife, my neighbors and friends, even the pastor of our church.
Sometimes it's hard to know what to do in a situation like that, Fred.
I've talked with a lot of people, but nobody seems to have the answer.
You think you should have done something different?
I should have stopped. But I don't know what I could have said. I had nothing to offer her. Nothing.
Maybe you did the right thing then.
Well, what do you say to someone who wants to end their life?
There are people trained to do that. And maybe it's best to let them take over.
But they're not always around. I mean, I was right there. I feel terrible about not stopping.
Don't let it get you down, Fred. Nobody's perfect.
I've been reading the Bible.
Good.
There's a lot I didn't know. I just wish I could find the answer. 6 months had passed, and yet I couldn't get past my depression. In May, I went to a silent retreat sponsored by the church. I hoped that while I was there, someone would tell me how to resolve my problem. But we were not allowed to speak at all. So I reflected on my relationship with Jesus Christ as the scriptures that I had read filled my mind. About 1:30 on the second night there, I got up, went to the chapel, and got on my knees. There I cried to God. I wept as I pleaded for him to take control of my life. I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I told him I wanted to live for him and only him from that point on. I couldn't wait to tell my supervisor.
Hey, Fred, what are you so happy about?
I surrendered my life to Christ this weekend at the retreat. I'm saved.
That's great. I've sure been praying for you, brother.
You know, I didn't appreciate that before, but I sure do now.
Wait till I tell everyone at church.
Listen, I want you to know that I'm sorry about all the times that I was rude to you.
Nah, don't mention it, Fred. You just didn't know the Lord.
Well, you could say that again. You're not the only person I have to apologize to, Jim. I have a whole list.
Now you need to begin attending a good Bible-teaching church so you can grow.
Yeah, pray for my wife, will you?
Sure.
I want her to have what I have.
Well, what are you talking about? I go to church.
Yeah, but that isn't what saves you, Rosemarie. Accepting God's provision for salvation is what saves you.
Fred, you're turning into a fanatic.
I want you to go to heaven with me, honey. This is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I want you to have it too.
All you talk about is the Bible and Jesus.
I don't want you to go to hell.
I can't believe this.
I know how you feel. I used to get mad at believers too. They make you face the truth.
For the last time, I go to church. I believe the Bible is true. Now let me alone.
Do you know what eternal life is, Rosemarie? It begins the moment you believe. You receive God's Spirit. Listen to this. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. Did you notice, Rosemarie?
What?
English wasn't my strong suit, but that verse is in the present tense. You pass into eternal life the minute you believe. That's why death has no hold on you. That was the worst time of our marriage. We were expecting our third child, and I was bound and determined that my wife was going to come to know the Lord. But the harder I pushed, the more she resisted. Finally, I let go and gave her to the Lord, knowing he was more than able to handle the situation. A few weeks later, she gave her life to Christ. Now we have to look for another church, Rosemarie.
Why?
Well, I've been talking with that pastor about some things the church teaches that contradict the Bible. He told me I was too hung up on the Bible.
He said that?
Yeah. The Bible is the Word of God, Rosemarie, and we need to find a church that teaches and practices what's found in it.
Oh, it'll be hard to leave, Fred. We have friends there.
I know. But any time you have to choose between God's way and man's, there's only one choice. God will lead us to the right church.
Okay.
Oh, I'd really like to go into the ministry myself, honey. I'd love to tell others about the Lord.
I know you do, Fred. But we have a family to think about.
Yeah. I'd have to quit my job and go to college and seminary.
Maybe God has some other way you can serve, right here at home.
I hope so. I really want to serve. I pray all the time that he'll use me. God led us to a great church where I continued to grow in knowledge of him. His word helped me become an outstanding employee because I really worked for him. More than 10 years passed after I was saved in 1983, and I never stopped praying that he'd use me every day as a witness. I never could have imagined all the doors he was going to open for me. Fred Zebb, a sinner saved by the grace of God and the blood of Jesus Christ. In 1994, I met a pastor who had started a small ministry in a nursing home.
I delivered some flowers and asked if they needed someone to come in and hold services for their people. They were delighted.
Never occurred to me to do something like that.
Most of the people in nursing homes are so lonely. They've lost their homes, their spouses. They feel forgotten, and we want them to know that God hasn't forgotten them.
I'd like to help if I can. I'm retired now, so I have plenty of time.
Great. We always need volunteers.
What do you do when you go there?
We sing some songs, have a time of prayer, read some Bible passages, and then give a short message. Afterward, I like to stay and visit with them. You can't imagine how much it means to them.
I can help with organization. Probably do everything but give the message.
You can learn to do that too, Fred. Just share what God has done in your life.
That I can do.
God's a good teacher, and the message is simple. Jesus loves you and wants to give you eternal life.
A ministry that began with one service a week at one nursing home has grown to 6 days a week in 7 nursing homes. My youngest daughter has joined me as a volunteer. Listening friend, God offers you the greatest gift imaginable, forgiveness of your sins and eternal life with Him in heaven. You have to go to the cross to receive this gift, but it's yours for the asking. Jesus said in John chapter 6, verse 47, "Verily, verily I say unto you, he that believeth on me hath everlasting life."
Friend, if you would like to know more about this life-saving decision, write to Pacific Garden Mission. We will send you some literature that will help you understand God's great plan for your life. Make a difference in someone's life. Tell them when and how to hear this remarkable broadcast, and please remember to thank the manager of this station for bringing you Unshackled. This is program number 2494. Heard in the true story of Frederick Zebb were Fred Stone, Rengen Altai, Dan Frick, Mike Baccarella, and Steve Bayorgian. Original music, Ralph Colburn. Sound, Nick Aloisio. Engineer Ed Webb. Script by Kenitha Gabler. And I'm Bob O'Donnell. Unshackled is produced by Pacific Garden Mission to show through true stories that if your life is empty, it can be filled to overflowing.
Please note, our new address here at Pacific Garden Mission is 1458 South Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. That's 1458 South Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. Our new phone number is 312-492-9410. 312-492-9410. Our new address here at Pacific Garden Mission is 1458 South Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. That's 1458 South Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. Our new phone number is 312-492-9410. 312-492-9410.
Many peace negotiations have been conducted between Israelis and Palestinians. All of them have failed. Is there any reason to believe President Trump's deal of the century will succeed when all others have failed? For the answer, stay tuned for today's edition of End of the Age. Well, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump's deal of the century is creating waves around the world. And everybody is wondering, why should this plan succeed when all others have failed? That's one of the things we're going to talk about today. Because as you know, there is coming a peace deal between Palestinians and Israelis. It's prophesied in the Bible, and the prophecies never fail. The only question is this the time, and is this the plan? That's what we're going to talk about for a while today. Now, before we actually go there, however, I want to bring back to you our wonderful tour that will be taking place May the 1st through May the 16th. Like I've told you before, in my opinion, this is the best tour that we do, because it deals with so many things that we need to know for right now and the immediate future. Of course, in Israel, no place like it in the world. You're going to go to the place where Jesus will return to earth. I mean, we are told exactly when he comes back where he will put his feet. You're going to put your feet there. There's no feeling like it in the whole world. That's actually going to be your experience. And then beyond that, we'll go down to the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus spent the night in prayer, saying, Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. And we'll be talking about what that means. What's he mean, the cup? Is he struggling to face death? What is he wrestling with? I mean, there are many other people that have died valiantly without a whimper for some cause that they believe in, and yet it seemed like he was having such a struggle. Well, we'll tell you what that's really all about on this tour. Now, going beyond that, we're going to walk down through the Kidron Valley where the Battle of Armageddon will culminate. And then it's one thing after another, going up to the Temple Mount. And we will stand where Israel's third temple is getting ready to be built. I'll quote to you the prophecy that explicitly states a temple is soon to be built there. You're going to stand right there where it's getting ready to happen, a dramatic fulfillment. And by the way, that temple will be built during the first 3.5 years of the final 7 years. And then we'll go to the Temple Institute. You're going to see all the furniture. It's ready now for the temple to be built. You'll see the utensils. You'll even get to take a look at the architectural drawings that are now prepared for the third temple, plus, believe it or not, the Ark of the Covenant. So it's going to be an incredible trip. We'll then go to where Jesus spent 3 days and 3 nights in the tomb. You will step inside that tomb yourself. Well, can you tell? It's exhilarating. You say, wow, I don't know whether I could take all that in or not. Well, that's only part of the story. We're then going up north. We're going to baptize in the Jordan River. We're going to the hill of Megiddo that overlooks the plain of Megiddo, where the Battle of Armageddon will actually begin. You're going to walk all the way through that. You'll see it for yourself. You'll actually live prophecy in advance. Then when we finally leave Israel after 11 days, we're going to Europe. And there you're going to visit the site where the Holy Roman Empire was reborn. You say, why do I care about that? Because the Bible teaches the Antichrist and the false prophet will both come out of the Holy Roman Empire in a few weeks or years from right now. So you're going to actually go there, understand all about the Holy Roman Empire. We'll take you through the prophecy so you can know for sure how we know that the Antichrist and the false prophet will both come out of the Holy Roman Empire. And then you're going to be able to see the Hall of the Kaisers. And I don't even think I've told you about this yet. But we're going to go down the Rhine River in a beautiful Rhine River cruise, and on and on. Well, that's all I can tell you right now. But I just wanted to bring you up to date, because if you're planning on going to Israel, in my opinion, there is no better trip than the one that we will be leaving on very shortly now, May 1st through May the 16th. I'm already getting excited. I'm already getting anxious. Plus, oh, by the way, you're going to go to the capital of the European Union. You're actually going to see the headquarters of the European Union. You will see the place where people must go to negotiate to become a member of the European Union, and then on and on and on. It's going to be quite an incredible trip. If you can go, I highly recommend you do it right now, this spring. The weather's going to be perfect. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a great time to go. If you'd like to go, if you're interested in at least learning about it, call 1-800-END-TIME. Ask to speak to someone about the tour. That's 1-800-363-8463.
About our trip, it was a wonderful experience. We totally enjoyed the time spent with other believers, worshiping and experiencing the places where Christ walked. One of our favorites was being on Mount Moriah, where the Holy of Holies are, the Dome of the Spirit. And oh, the teachings that Brother Baxter did was so enlightening. It was so much to take in. It will take us another month or two to really grasp the full extent of the knowledge we received on this trip. Our tour guide in Israel was fantastic. He was very knowledgeable. I think God chose him just for us. Thanks, Jana. Our lives will never be the same. We will try to do this tour again. Mike and Julie L., Cayman Islands.
Join us May 1st through May 16th, 2020, for a trip to the wonderful land of Israel and the Holy Roman Empire reborn.
We've seen Bible prophecy fulfilled like never before. From the halls of the United Nations to the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, Endtime Ministries continues to reveal the Bible prophecy in the news headlines around the world every day. Whether it's through our broadcast or online at our Jerusalem Prophecy College, your gifts enable us to put vital materials in the hands of those who need it most. Because of you, we continue to replace fear with faith in the hearts of Christians around the world. We will continue to see prophecy come to pass at an even swifter pace. We need your support. Your donation of any amount enables us to continue to broadcast and be a voice in the ever-growing censored media. To become a partner or give a one-time gift, visit endtime.com or call 1-800-END-TIME right now. That's 800-363-8463. Go online now. Visit endtime.com.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to this program for very long, you know that I have been talking about a peace agreement between Palestinians and Israelis for a long, long time. Now, don't despair. I talked about the fall of the Berlin Wall for 21 years. Many people laughed me to scorn, and yet it happened. I had stated the wall would come down, the two Germanys would be reunited, and that would be the event that would trigger the new world order. Well, it happened just like I saw from the scriptures. The wall did come down, the two Germanys were united, and within 20 days of the fall of the Berlin Wall, President Bush Sr., Mikhail Gorbachev, and Pope John Paul II met together. They met together and I'm talking about 20 days after the wall came down. They came out of those meetings announcing the birth of the New World Order. You talk about my phone ringing off the hook. I had published a book 3 years before that stating that this was going to happen. Everybody wanted to know, where is this in the Bible? What does this mean? What's going to happen next? Well, we're coming up against an event now much more impacting than the fall of the Berlin Wall. We're coming up on the event that is going to trigger the final 7 years to the physical second coming of Jesus Christ to this earth. The Bible says, every eye shall behold him. We're talking about this peace agreement. Now, President Trump made the statement before he was ever elected that his number one goal as president would be to negotiate a deal between Palestinians and Israelis. Well, now then, he has put that deal together. He named it the deal of the century. So now we're all waiting. He just released it just on January the 28th. So just about a week ago, he released the deal. Now everybody's reading all about it. It's 181 pages. If you'd like to read the whole thing, you can go to whitehouse.gov, and there you can read all of the text of President Trump's peace plan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if this peace plan ends up being accepted by Palestinians and Israelis, you and I will enter that day, the final 7 years, to the Battle of Armageddon and the second coming of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to this earth. Now you understand better why I can't quit talking about it. It's going to be the greatest prophetic fulfillment in 2,000 years. That's what we're facing right now. I want to get into this plan a little deeper because I'm sure your head is swimming by now. You've heard so much about it. You've read so much about it. But today I thought we would try to boil it down to its essence. First of all, what happens after the Palestinians reject the peace plan, if they do? Now, they've already said they reject it, but not everybody takes their words at face value. So everybody's asking, what happens if they reject it? Well, let's go through about 9 or 10 things that will happen according to the Trump peace plan that will happen if the Palestinians reject it. Number one, Israel would get to annex all Jewish communities presently established in Judea, Samaria. Now, when we refer to Judea, Samaria, we're referring to the West Bank. The West Bank is the territory that was conquered by Israel during the 1967 Six-Day War. So Israel would get to absorb, annex this entire area. Number two, approximately 30% of Judea and Samaria formerly would be integrated into Israel, reunifying those lands. That's the second thing that would happen. And we're talking about if the Palestinians reject. 3, the Arabs in Judea and Samaria who denominate themselves, call themselves Palestinians, would get their own independent country in what is left of Judea and Samaria after Israel annexes its 30%. 4th, Hamas would have to be disarmed. 5, the new country denominated as Palestine would have to be demilitarized. 6, Jerusalem would remain united. The city would remain Israel's capital, even as the Arabs of Palestine could deem it as their capital too, with a U.S. embassy to be built for them in a section of the city populated primarily by Arabs. 7, no new Jewish building in Judea and Samaria would be permitted for the next 4 years in areas designated for Palestinians. 8. Palestine would be barred from having a military and would be protected instead by Israel, with Palestine paying for the protection. 9. A tunnel will be constructed to connect the Judea and Samaria region of Palestine with its Gaza region. 10. Other things too, dealing primarily with which countries pay for what. So that's an overview of what will happen if the Palestinians reject this or if they accept it. So I want to make sure we go through this so we can really understand. Now, one may wonder whether the deal of the century has been formulated to induce the Palestinian leadership to manifest their intransigence, thereby justifying Israel moving ahead with annexation. So Israel's going to get all of this if the Palestinians reject it. And so this author is asking, well, you begin to wonder if maybe they didn't design the whole deal of the century to induce the Palestinians to reject it so they could get all of these things. Now, under that premise, once the Palestinian leadership from Gaza to Ramallah, now Gaza's down in the southern part of Israel, Ramallah's up about 20 miles north of Jerusalem, from Gaza to Ramallah rejects the Trump plan outright. There might remain no further obstacle with the Trump White House to reunify the Jewish communities of Judea and Samaria for once and for all. And that massive reunification of Judea and Samaria with the Israeli heartland will be a very big deal indeed. The deal of the century. Okay, now let's absorb all this. Always before, everything has been reject, reject, reject. We're talking about some of Israel's leaders have given away the farm, and still the Palestinians said no. Back in the days of Ehud Olmert, he promised to give away just about everything that Israel conquered during the 67 war. And yet, Mahmoud Abbas walked away. Earlier, 2000, Ehud Barak and Yasser Arafat met at Camp David under the leadership of President Bill Clinton. And it was there that Ehud Barak almost agreed to give everything back, including the Temple Mount itself. And still, Yasser Arafat rejected. The big question is why? And this is critical for us to know, to understand the difference between Trump's deal of the century and all other peace plans that have gone before it. And there's a big difference. In order to understand the big difference, we need to understand one thing. As President Trump has devised his deal of the century, he didn't just say, if you reject, we go back to where we were before we started. He said, if you reject, the Israelis already get all the things being offered to them, but you don't get everything that's offered to you in this deal. So they get everything that they negotiated for, and you get nothing. Whoa. Now, this is a big deal. One article said the Palestinian veto has been denied. Let's look at it. It is slowly becoming clear just how revolutionary is U.S. President Donald Trump's attempt to change the paradigm for dealing with the Palestinian issue, and how much Israel's negotiating stance has improved as well. Are you getting this? Israel's negotiating stance has dramatically improved, and this deal is revolutionary. the article goes on to say, the plan denies the Palestinians their main political asset. I wonder what that is. The right to veto. A right which has for decades put them at the center of the world political and moral stage. So always before, the rule was, if both parties don't agree, we don't have a deal. However, we have suddenly changed, and we're going back to a whole different paradigm. This deal does not say if both parties don't agree, there's no deal. This says there's going to be a deal, whether the parties agree or not. So what is this saying to us? This is saying to us that the Palestinians are going to have to put up or shut up this time. Now, let's slow down and think about it. So if the Palestinians say no, the U.S. is still already told Israel that the settlements out in Judea, Samaria, out in the area of the West Bank, are not illegal. Now, the international community, led by the United Nations, they have been saying for years that the settlements are illegal. However, they've not been able to prove that, because the area where the settlements are, Judea, Samaria, this area originally was under the British mandate. Then when the 48 War of Independence happened, Jordan came in and took that land illegally, and they then stayed there for the next 19 years until the 1967 war. So during the 1967 war, Israel drove them back across the Jordan River, back to their home where they came from. So now this area has been controlled by two entities since World War I, by the British Empire under the British mandate, and then by Jordan. But when Israel took the territory, everybody started screaming, it's illegal. You're not supposed to be able to take that territory. But who did they occupy it from? Well, they occupied it from Jordan, that had illegally occupied it 19 years before. And then, before that, it belonged to the British Empire, and they wanted to pull out. So on May the 14th of 1948, they said, we're leaving. We're tired of messing with all this conflict, so we are going. That left this land, originally addressed by the Balfour Declaration in 1917, when the government of Great Britain said, His Majesty's government looks with favor upon the forming of a Jewish state in the area of Palestine or Judea, Samaria. Now, don't forget, this area was not originally called Palestine. It was called Israel until the Roman government in 70 A.D. destroyed Jerusalem and passed a law against Jews living in Jerusalem and tried to drive them totally out. Well, when that happened, the Roman government changed the name of this territory from Israel to Palestine. But the word Palestine is the same word as the word Philistine. So what we really have here, the Romans were spiting the Jews. They hated the Jews. So they drove them out, and they gave their land the name of their worst enemy. The Philistines were always Israel's number one enemy. So it stayed Palestine from 70 A.D. all the way up until the birth of Israel in 1948. The birth of Israel in 1948, David Ben-Gurion announced, our nation will be called Israel. It had been Israel for 1,000 years before the Romans drove the Jews out. Now they're all back. Now they've taken the name of Israel again. And Judea, Samaria, read through your Bible. You'll read about Judea, Samaria everywhere in the scriptures. And yet the United Nations says to Israel, no, this is not your land. You're illegitimate here. Well, the government of Donald Trump, they assigned scholars to research all this land to see if, in fact, Israel's settlements there were illegal. when they got finished with a one-year study, they said to President Trump, no, absolutely. Let's face it, Jericho was the first city that the Israelis took when they entered the Promised Land under Joshua. What was that? 3,500 years ago. So when this realization came that there was no legal basis for these settlements in the West Bank, in the area of Judea, Samaria, to be considered illegal, President Trump said, no, you're not there illegally, in spite of the fact that the United Nations had passed a resolution stating that Israel's presence there was a flagrant violation of international law. So that's where we are today. Now, if, in fact, the Palestinians don't accept Trump's agreement, then the Jews, Israel, is going to be able to go ahead and take all these places, and they will permanently annex them. As a matter of fact, they're planning on annexing them within the next 2 or 3 or 4 months. So the Palestinians have about 3 or 4 months to come to the table. That's the reason the Palestinians are panicking, and they now have already gone to the United Nations asking the UN to pass a resolution against Trump's deal of the century. But they can't get it through the United Nations Security Council because the United States of America has veto power there. So as you can see, this is totally different than all other deals put on the table. Always before, if the Palestinians would not agree, then nothing was agreed to. Not this way this time. This time the Palestinians refuse to negotiate. Now, if they go to negotiate, they can say, well, we don't like this, we don't like this, we'd like to change this, and perhaps they can change some of the things. But if they flat out refuse, then by the time Israel actually annexes the settlements and the other territories, there will be no reversal. That's the reason this deal is totally different. And we're not going to have to wait years and years to see it. We're going to have to wait weeks and weeks maybe, or maybe 3 or 4 months. That'll be it. It's going to be really, really interesting.
Move Mountains with Irvin Baxter. This book by Irvin's grandson provides 30 days of devotion that will enhance your relationship with God and others. Authentic illustrations from early morning devotions at Endtime will help you find your purpose and eliminate fears. Commit to taking this 30-day journey and experience real life change. Get your book for only $14.99. Call 1-800-363-8463 or go to endtime.com/move.
About our trip, it was a wonderful experience. We totally enjoyed the time spent with other believers, worshiping and experiencing the places where Christ walked. One of our favorites was being on Mount Moriah, where the Holy of Holies are, the Dome of the Spirit. And the teachings that Brother Baxter did was so enlightening. It was so much to take in. It will take us another month or two to really grasp the full extent of the knowledge we received on this trip. Our tour guide in Israel was fantastic. He was very knowledgeable. I think God chose him just for us. Thanks, Jana. Our lives will never be the same. We will try to do this tour again. Mike and Julie L., Cayman Islands.
Join us May 1st through May 16th, 2020, for a trip to the wonderful land of Israel and the Holy Roman Empire reborn.
If your station only carries the first 30 minutes of End of the Age, go to endtime.com and click the watch button to continue today's broadcast. You can also finish up later by clicking the archive button.
Well, we are taking your calls in this half of the program. There's so many aspects to this peace deal that I want to give you plenty of times to ask questions and to discuss it. The number to call to be on the air with me, 877-END-TIME, 877-363-8463. Now, don't forget, if you're interested in going with us on our tour, that number is 1-800-END-TIME. and just ask to speak to someone about the tour, and they'll answer all your questions for you. We have a lot of interest in this wonderful tour that's coming up. It is going to be fabulous. Well, so interesting. Now, even as I speak to you, the Senate is voting on the articles of impeachment. I understand that the first article has been defeated by a score of 48 for and 52 against. They are now voting on the second article of impeachment. I'll try to let you know how that comes out. This is all expected. It was all expected. Of course, in order to impeach the president, they would have to have a 2/3 vote. Of course, they're not even close. They're dividing totally away along party lines. So we're in such an interesting time. President Trump made his annual State of the Union speech before the House last night, and it really was a marvelous speech. If you have not listened to it, I would urge you to go to the internet, pull up his speech, and listen to it in full. The only thing that was sort of marred the speech was that Nancy Pelosi was so upset that she stood up and tore the speech into 3 or 4 times at the conclusion of the speech. Now, people are contending that President Trump snubbed her and wouldn't shake her hand going in. However, she was there, Mike Pence was there, and he didn't shake Mike Pence's hand either. So I do not know whether he handed the speech to both of them and just turned away and didn't see Nancy Pelosi's extended hand or not. I do not know the answer to that. But I will tell you this, that Nancy Pelosi did an unprecedented thing to show her disrespect for the speech, which was moving. President Trump had me close to tears several times. I hate to admit that, but some of his people that he brought in to show what his administration had done was pretty impressive. But you judge for yourself. Just go on to the internet and search for President Trump's State of the Union speech. You can listen to the whole thing, and then you can judge for yourself what you think really happened there. Well, listen, we're going to get right back to it, but one more time, if you need information about our tour, call 1-800-ENDTIME. Ask to speak to someone about the tour. Let's go now right to the phones. We're going, first of all, to Alabama. Hello, Evan.
Hey, how are you, Brother Baxter?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, Evan. How are you today?
I'm good. My question for you today is concerning the peace deal. In the Bible, we know it prophesies that the peace deal will be 1 week or 7 years, according to Daniel chapter 9. And I was wondering, this peace deal that Trump and Kushner have brought to the table, since it is not a 7-year peace plan, does that eliminate all chances of this being the peace deal promised in the Bible?
Well, the Bible does not say that it will be called a 7-year plan. It simply says the Antichrist will confirm the covenant with many for 7 years. But it does not say they're going to announce at the outset, oh, this is a 7-year peace plan. So that leaves us hanging a little bit, not knowing for sure if they start a peace plan and then it lasts for 7 years, what will happen. So I cannot answer that conclusively, but we'll be able to pretty quick. Because if they do sign this plan during the first 3.5 years, they have to build Israel's temple. So if they sign a peace deal, whether they call it a 7-year plan or not, and during the first 3.5 years they build a temple and resume animal sacrifices, then we will know we're in the deal, whether they call it a 7-year deal or not.
Okay, do you believe that there's a chance that, because it's a 4-year deal, as I've read in the peace plan, do you believe after the 4 years that they could continue on for another 3 years?
Well, what they're doing, they're saying to the Palestinians, we've had so much conflict, so much terrorism, but if you will do this, this, and this over a 4-year period, then you will get statehood at the end of the 4 years. Now, none of this is set in stone because Jared Kushner said to the Palestinians, if you do not like the terms of this deal, come to the table. Nothing is in concrete. We can discuss it. So the Trump peace plan could become the thing that will open the door to serious negotiations, but may not end up being exactly the deal. It may end up with many changes. We just don't know that for sure.
Okay, well, thank you, Brother Baxter.
Okay, thank you, Evan. And you know, we have all these questions because this is a 181-page document. And if you would like to read the whole thing, you can go to whitehouse.gov, and there you will see the document, and you can read through the entire thing. I went through it. I highlighted different things. So it's very interesting. By the way, you may be interested to know that the acquittal process on both counts. Now, on the second account, the vote was 47-53. So apparently, all the Republicans voted for acquittal on the second time around. Mitt Romney on the first time around voted for conviction. But apparently, he must have switched, or somebody switched, and the vote was 47-53 to acquit President Trump. So we don't know exactly everything that's going to happen. What I'm doing, and I hope you'll do the same, I'm praying, God, your will be done. Right now, the Democrats are in utter disarray. They have one of their strongest candidates is a confessed socialist, Bernie Sanders, and he is very much a communist. He's a Marxist in his belief systems, been that way for many years, and now that he is the leading candidate among the Democrats. If I were a Democrat, that would be a nightmare, because I don't think anybody believes a socialist, a professed socialist, could in fact beat President Trump. Nevertheless, that's the way things are right now. Now, a lot of things can happen. Many people are thinking that there's going to be a hung convention, and that someone else could be nominated that hasn't even run for the presidency yet. There are even rumors out there that John Kerry wants to jump into the race. There are other rumors that say Hillary Clinton is even thinking about jumping back in. So this promises to be a very amazing and interesting year. However, most of the prognosticators are saying that President is likely going to win an overwhelming victory. And if he does, then it's very likely that they would win back enough seats in the House so that the Republican Party could control both the Senate and the House. And, of course, that would give President Trump an open lane to really accomplish many, many of the things he really wants to accomplish. Now, the list of accomplishments last night that he gave to us in his speech, and by the way, those accomplishments were real and true. I've been following it close enough to know the list of accomplishments he gave last night was absolutely impressive, because he's accomplished in 3 years what most presidents don't even come close to accomplishing in 8 years. However, there's a lot more things on the table that President Trump wants to do. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm praying, God, your will be done. Whatever you want is what I want. I'm praying the same way for Israel. Israel's election will be less than a month from now, March the 2nd. And I want the person that God wants in there, I want him to be elected. Okay, let's get right back to the phones now. And let's go to Edith calling from Louisiana. Hello, Edith.
Hi, Pastor Baxter. First and foremost, thank God that you're here and sharing all this valuable information. I will be very quick. One, CNN just put across the board that Trump was acquitted. Yes, thank you, Lord. My question to you is this. The covenant with many in agreement, would that include the Security Council being part of that covenant with many when it comes to the Trump deal, because so many on that council is for the plan? And I'll take my question off the air.
Okay, thank you very much, Edith. And a lot of people are wondering this right now. Now, sometime next week, this is going to go before the UN Security Council. Abbas is going to be there representing the Palestinians, asking the UN Security Council to condemn the deal of the century. Mr. Danan the ambassador to the United Nations from Israel is going to be there. Our ambassador to the United Nations is going to be there. There's going to be a lot of debate go on. Then, when they have a vote, we know how it's going to turn out, because only 15 nations have a vote, and 5 of those nations have absolute veto power. One of them having the veto power is the United States of America. Consequently, we know that we will veto any vote against the deal of the century. So it is going to be defeated there. However, the United States of America would like to have a lot more than a defeat. It would like to have an affirmation. They would like to see the UN Security Council vote in favor of the deal of the century. And I can promise you, the diplomatic activity between now and the day they actually have this discussion and vote before the UN Security Council, it is going to be absolutely fierce. America is going to be talking to the different nations. And then, if in fact the UN Security Council votes it up and approves of it, then you would have the United Nations part of the many that will confirm this agreement. Now, if it doesn't pass, and if we veto it, then Mahmoud Abbas usually takes the case onto the General Assembly, because he has like 56 votes that are votes there that are almost always in his pocket. And so there would be a big vote there. I don't know what's going to happen, in fact. All we know is the Bible says the Antichrist will confirm the covenant with many. There was an article out a couple of days ago stating that 23 nations have already signed on in favor of the deal of the century. 2 nations have come out rejecting the deal of the century. Those 2 nations are Iran and Palestine. The other 23 are from all the different places. 7 of the 23 are from the Middle East, counting Israel. 6 of the 23 are Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, Egypt. So these are all of the Arab countries that surround the Palestinians. I think the pressure is going to become irresistible on Mahmoud Abbas, that he has to take this seriously, because his most staunch defenders up until now have been for him. Now they're switching sides and they're saying it's time to get this over with. We cannot face Iran by ourselves. We have to have the United States and Israel on our side. Consequently, it just looks like some weighty decisions are going to be met. All the things in the prophecies about the peace plan, all of them but one are specifically endorsed in the deal of the century. The one that's not endorsed is not condemned. That would be the building of the Temple Mount on the temple.
Does the book of Revelation frighten you? Do its symbols confuse you? For centuries, the book of Revelation has been misunderstood and misinterpreted. In Revelation, the unveiling of Jesus Christ, Volume 1, Irvin Baxter unlocks the mystery of the book of Revelation with in-depth analysis and commentary like you've never heard before. This 10-part definitive DVD series and 268-page comprehensive commentary book covers the first 12 chapters of the book of Revelation, featuring on-location photography, classic artwork, and symbolic illustrations. You'll walk away with complete understanding and peace about the events happening during the final years on Earth. These comprehensive study tools, available for $299, will deepen your biblical understanding as you dig into the original intent of the book, answering the mysterious prophecies and symbols of the book of Revelation. Don't miss this special offer. Call now, 1-800-END-TIME, or go to endtime.com to order. Call or go online now to get this comprehensive Bible study.
Let's go to Texas. Gary is calling. Hello, Gary.
Yes, sir, and thanks for taking my call. I'm just wondering if the conditions of the peace treaties that are from the Bible, how many of those are in the Trump's peace treaty?
I'm very glad you asked that, Gary. I just wrote an article on that. It will be in our upcoming End Time magazine, but I'll go over those with you right now. The peace plan, number one, says there will be a Palestinian state formed in the area of Judea, Samaria. That's number one, that the Bible says. Number two, Jews will be allowed to stay there. I'm talking about Jews that have their homes there now, and there's about 450,000 of them. They'll be allowed to stay there, living amongst the Palestinians. Number three, the Temple Mount will be put under a sharing arrangement, and the deal of the century calls for all people to be able to pray freely on the Temple Mount. That would be the fulfillment of that one. And then Jerusalem is going to be under the control of Israel. The deal of the century calls for that to be only the part of East Jerusalem, which is on the other side of the security wall, which is way out east. That will be the capital of the Palestinians. But that means all of Jerusalem, including Old Jerusalem, the Temple Mount, the Mount of Olives, the Kidron Valley, all those will be, basically all of Jerusalem is going to remain under Israeli control. The only one in the prophecies that the deal of the century does not specifically address is the building of a temple on the Temple Mount. Does not say they will, does not say they won't. All it says is that all people will be able to pray there and to worship God there according to their conscience and the dictates of their religion. Well, the Jewish religion dictates that they're supposed to build their temple on the Temple Mount. So I can see that the Jews would contend we have to be able to build our temple in order for there to be religious freedom here. So that's the only one that is not explicitly in. There's 4 out of 5 explicitly there, but there's one that is not for it or against it. It just simply does not address it one way or the other.
One more question, Irvin. Do you think Kushner and Greenblatt knew what the Old Testament said about the peace treaty, the covenant, before they started writing it up?
I don't think so. I have no indication. I've read almost every article they publish. I have no indication that they have an in-depth understanding of Bible prophecy. And by the way, the prophecy of Daniel's 70 weeks is probably the most difficult prophecy of them all to understand. So yes. I don't see that they had one eye on prophecy, because if they were going to do this, they would not give any of the territory to the Palestinians, because the Bible explicitly says that Israel is not supposed to sign any agreement with the foreigners that are in the land. So if they were taking a strict Bible stance, they would not put this plan out like they have now.
Oh, okay. Well, that clears some matters up. I appreciate your time and everything you're doing, Irvin.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Gary, as well. And by the way, there are strongly religious Jews in Israel that are saying, yes, we want to annex the settlements, and they're pushing for Israel to do it immediately. Yes, we want to do all these things, but no, we do not plan on a Palestinian state. And I mean, they are vehement against it, against the establishment of a Palestinian state in their promised land. But that's what this agreement is called for, if in fact it is signed. All right, let's go to our next person now. Let's go to Derek calling from Ohio. Hello, Derek.
Hey, Brother Irvin, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Very quickly, I know that Paul Warburg is the founder of the Federal Reserve, the Brookings Institute, and also the Council of Foreign Relations. But yes. I was trying to get a clear, concise understanding. What's the difference between the Brookings Institute and the Council of Foreign Relations? And also, very quickly, my second question would be, I know that you had preached against the wall coming down, dividing East and West Germany, but what actually happened that gave you that revelation that you preached it so before you actually put it in the magazine, and then it turns out that it was one of the trumpets that that we're now experiencing. And now listen to your question.
The fall of the Berlin Wall, Derek, actually is not one of the trumpets. That happened when the Berlin Wall came down. The two Germanys were reunited. That's all found in Revelation chapter 13. When you talk about a seven-headed, ten-horned beast, and if you understand what each of those heads are, it says one of the heads was wounded to death. Then the deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. We actually have a series on the fall of the Berlin Wall. If you want to go in depth with that, you can call and order that DVD series. Simply call 1-800-ENDTIME. And we go into great detail. You got to really spend some hours on that to get the full implication of it all. But anyway, that's the way I understood. Now, as far as the Brookings Institute, it is more of a think tank, whereas the Council on Foreign Relations specializes in foreign policy and also tries to groom up-and-coming young people that they think could become politicians. For instance, Bill Clinton, they looked at him when he was still in high school, and they tabbed him to go to Oxford, there to the special college in Oxford, and he was there along with some other politicians. So they have a path that they sort of put people through. Now, they may pick 50 and only end up with 2 or 3 that end up coming out like they want them to, but the Council on Foreign Relations concentrates on feeding new talent into the political system, but talent that believes like they wanted them to believe and will do what they want them to do, whereas the Brookings Institute writes a lot of policy. They write some of the speeches for the president, so that's the difference between the two entities. Okay, let's go now to Arthur calling from Missouri. Hello, Arthur.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. You have talked about the sixth trumpet that could happen at any time. That you say this is probably going to be World War III?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there an Old Testament parallel to this? I was thinking Zechariah 12 might be an Old Testament reference to this sixth trumpet.
Well, I don't think so, Arthur, because it's under Zechariah 12. It talks about the second coming of Jesus. It states during that time that Jerusalem will be a troublesome stone, and all people who bother with Jerusalem will be ground to powder. And then it goes on to say that in that 12th chapter, it says, and they will look upon him whom they have pierced, and they will mourn for him as a father mourneth for his only son. And they will actually behold his wounds whom they have pierced. So that records the second coming. So unless I'm missing something, I don't see the sixth trumpet in the 12th chapter of Zechariah.
Okay, thank you. All right, you have a great.
Okay, you're most welcome. Let's go now. Let's go to Abel calling from New Jersey. Hello, Abel.
Hey, how you doing? God bless you and everybody, Dave and the whole crew. I think you already kind of answered it a couple of questions ago. I was going to ask you about the UN, United Nations Security Council. They're scheduled for tomorrow. Jared is scheduled for tomorrow, and then Abbas for next week. And I just wanted you to chime in on that, and also how I'm curious. So you know how people feel that is the Antichrist and the whole mess is going to come from the Muslim countries. They say they connect Javan with Iran, which is Greece, and I don't know if you know about that. Can you chime in on that? Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. God bless.
Thank you, Abel. Well, I definitely do not believe the Antichrist is coming from a Muslim country. I believe the Antichrist is coming from Europe. I'm sure of it, because the Bible clearly states there will be a 10-nation union out of Europe, and then another king will come up among the 10, uprooting 3 of them. He's the one that becomes great, and he's the one that will perpetrate the Great Tribulation. You can read about all that in Daniel chapter number 7. There it talks about this 10-nation union. And then in Daniel 2, it also talks about the 10-nation union and describes it as the feet and toes of iron mingled with clay. The 10 toes in particular stand for the same thing as the 10 horns in Daniel chapter 7, verse 7 and 8. And it says in chapter 2, verse 44, and in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom that will never pass away and will never be destroyed. Now those toes are of iron mingled with clay. Iron was the symbol of the Roman Empire. Iron mingled with clay was a symbol of the Holy Roman Empire. And that's the reason I'm so sure that the Antichrist will come out of the Holy Roman Empire reborn. So that's the way I see all those prophecies unfolding in front of us. Okay, thank you very much, Abel. Let's go right now to Whitney calling from New York. Hello, Whitney.
Hi, yes, good evening. Quick question. The book Daniel, chapter 11, I was just wondering about, I always looked at capital G for God, that's the big guy, right? And lowercase g is obviously idols or whatever. But later on, chapter 11, 36, later on in 38, it speaks of the God of forces, but that's with its capital G. I just wondered if there's a difference between one G and the other.
Well, you can't always go by that because the people that supply these capitalizations, they're the publishers. It's just like It's just like when you have a red letter Bible. Most of the places they did the words of Jesus correctly, but there's at least one place that I know for sure was not, the red letter was not done correctly because the publisher did not understand it right. So when you see the God of forces, you're not talking about the one true God. You're talking about another God, but it probably should not.
He's going to get himself whooped anyway, but it's all a little bit confusing. I mean, the Catholics, they have 14 chapters in Daniel in the book that I was looking at the other day, and this one only goes up to 12. I've had problems with a Jehovah's Witness friend of mine only because she doesn't understand the misinterpretation of Jehovah versus Yahweh, and so.
Well, okay, Whitney, I did notice while I'm looking here in chapter number 11, verse 38, that you pointed out, it says that he will stand up, he will honor the God of forces. That's a capital G. And then it says, and a God whom the fathers knew not shall he honor with gold and silver. That's the little g. So I just think it's a publisher's preference there. I don't think that that's part of the divine writ. Well, folks, sorry for all of you that are yet waiting on the screen. It's been a big day today. So God bless you all. We'll be right back here tomorrow. God bless you. Give us a call.
This has been End of the Age, brought to you by the faithful partners of Endtime Ministries. If you're not currently a partner with Endtime Ministries, or if you would like more information, we invite you to call us at 1-800-ENDTIME. That's 1-800-363-8463, or visit us online at endtime.com.